Boy, it's been a. We took down signs. The minute we knew for sure, I said, let's go, let's roll. So we're out. We're getting the signs down. I said, I don't want people looking at my name again.
Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order, please. This is the City of Canton Council meeting, and this is November the 7th, 2019. If you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor?
May we pray. Eternal God, our Heavenly Father, we come with thanksgiving in our hearts. During this Thanksgiving season, we have so much to be thankful for. Thank you for the city of Canton. Thank you for our city council, our city manager, as well as our city attorney. Father, if you will, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to stand each time that I come to open up in prayer. For your word said, in all of thy ways acknowledge the Lord, and he shall direct our path. Thank you for Gene Hopgood. Thank you for our mayor, who have served so faithfully to the city of Canton. Keep him healthy, keep him strong. Continue to be with this family. We thank you, God, for our newly elected mayor. Continue to give him wisdom and knowledge and to bless his family and to carry the city of Canton to higher heights. Bless our first responders. Let the city of Canton know together we stand, divided we fall. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay, I would like to welcome all of our guests and visitors here, but before we do, we need to approve the agenda. Are there any changes or corrections to that? Mr. Estes.
I just want to add a council-introduced discussion. No action will be required, just to talk about SDS, or the service delivery strategy.
Okay.
Candidly, we could do that during Mr. Pepper's time as well, but
okay.
Just wanted to.
You just want to assume that?
I can
do that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good.
Motion to approve the agenda?
I don't think we need. Yeah, we do need to approve the agenda with, I guess, that amendment addition there. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All members voting for the motion. Would like to introduce and welcome some new members to the City of Canton Council. Is Sean Tolan here? Okay, Sean's not here. He will be the new Ward 2 council member. Brooke Smith, would you stand up, please? People need to see who you are because they're going to know pretty soon. Congratulations. I want to congratulate all of you, actually. And Ms. Joellen Wilson will be returning, which we're very fortunate to have. Thank you and congratulations to you. And of course, the Mayor-elect Bill Grant. Stand up. I'm confident the council will be in good hands over the next at least 4 years, if not much longer. But welcome, and we look forward to a lot of good things out of you, a lot of challenges ahead, and I know you all are going to do a great job. I have a proclamation here. Only one tonight. Sometimes it's several, but only one tonight. And this is recognizing and presenting a proclamation for National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. Is there someone here to receive this? They had indicated they would be here. Okay, you are. Come on. You can handle it. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and read this, then I'll present it to you down front, if that's all right. As Medicare's first proven coordinated care model, hospice is a program that works offering person-centered, compassionate care, enduring people dignity, choice, and quality of life. And whereas the hospice model involves an interdisciplinary, team-oriented approach to treatment, including expert medical care, quality symptom control, and comprehensive pain management as a foundation of care. And whereas beyond providing physical treatment, hospice attends to the patient's emotional, spiritual, and family needs and provides family services like respite care and bereavement counseling. And whereas in an increasingly fragmented and broken healthcare system, hospice is one of the few sectors that demonstrates how healthcare can and should work at its best for its patients. And whereas a growing body of peer-reviewed research indicates that timely access to hospice and palliative care can decrease hospitalizations and emergency room visits and increase quality of life for patients and family caregivers. And whereas every year more than 1.5 million Americans living with life-limiting illness and their families received care from the nation's hospice programs in communities throughout the United States. And whereas hospice and palliative care organizations are advocates and educators about advanced care planning that help individuals make decisions about the care they want. And whereas the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have pledged to put patients first in all of its programs, including hospice, enduring a coordinated and patient-led approach to care, protecting patient choice and access to individualized services based on a patient's unique care needs and wishes. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Gene Hobgood, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me in Canton, Georgia, do hereby proclaim November 2019 as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month and encourage citizens to increase their understanding and awareness of care at the end of life and to observe this month with appropriate activities and programs. Okay, I believe Ms. Hardy is up for some downtown updates.
Got another two-pager. Got a lot going on. It's going to be a busy day Saturday. We've got great weather coming in, and so we've got 3 different activities going on that day, and I'm sure something will fit you just well. We've got our 6th annual chili cook-off from noon until 3. We've got 14 teams participating this year, and we've added a decorated tent contest. Tasting tickets are $10 for $5. We'll have a band and we'll have cornhole, so come out and enjoy some great chili. The Veterans Day Parade will begin at 1 o'clock. New this year is our beer and wine walk. Everyone, so they had such a great time for the art and wine walk in the spring, so we decided to add a fall version. And it's a great way to put feet on the ground and put them in the stores and allow them to do some shopping and eating at our restaurants too. It is also a really good way to add as a fundraiser for our facade grant program. So that's what we work with. We've got 20 stops, and many will have artists on site. One of our stops will be Reformation Brewery. We've teamed up with Golf Cars of Canton to provide shuttles between Reformation and back downtown. The hours for the walk are noon to 5. Tickets are $25 and available on our online on our event page, and they will also be available the day of the event at the theater. The Main Street Mixer for November will be held at Ping Seeger's Salon on November 20th. It is from 5:30 to 6:30, so I hope you all can join us. Shop Small Saturday is coming up on November 30th. We'll have a pop-up market in Cannon Park from 10 until 1. So far, we have 25 vendors signed up to participate. Majority of those are from our farmers market. And so we've had a few other small businesses wanting to participate. So we'll have that. And then also at the theater, we'll have a showing of the Polar Express at 10 and 2. Tickets are $3. They will go on sale 1 hour prior to the show. Santa will make a special appearance so he can visit with all the boys and girls from 11 to 2. Christmas is just around the corner. Hopefully you've all had a chance to ride by Canton Park to see our beautiful new Christmas tree. Public Works, again, hands down, we have the best. They did a fantastic job with getting that up. We still need to do a little fluffing. We've got several thousand ornaments that are going on there and a 4-foot star. So it's going to be amazing. It will be ready to be lit on December 6th when we light it as part of Christmas in Canton. Speaking of that, all the planning is going right on schedule. The committee has been working hard to add activities for the families. Our focus is to try to do everything that we possibly can where there's no cost to the families. We want every child to be able to enjoy everything and not feel like they're left out. So we've been very fortunate with sponsorships, and we're able to do that. So mark your calendar. You don't want to miss that. Santa and his reindeer will be here, and you'll have other fun things to do, and I can give you more information about that at the next meeting. Shops will have extended hours, so you can find that special one-of-a-kind gift for someone special on your list. And then the next morning, we'll be back. The Optimist Club will have the Christmas parade. They have their market in Canton Park from 6, and then the Christmas parade is at 6. Santa will be, this is something also new this year, we're adding Santa to the gazebo. He will be here on the 14th and the 21st on those 2 Saturdays from noon until 11 to 2. We've got new decorations for the gazebo. We want to be able to have it where kids can come and visit and do their family pictures if they'd like. We've added another new event. I know we're getting tired of me, but I'm keeping on. We've added a new event, and it's Mistletoe on Main. We want everybody to experience Canton as they would have in the past. So the 2 Thursdays, December 12th and the 19th from 6 to 9, we'll have a horse-drawn carriage and wagon that will take people through downtown and just show off what a special place that we are. This will be another opportunity to support your businesses and go shopping and have dinner. So it's going to be a busy time. We're excited.
It sounds exciting. Sounds like
Sounds
a lot
great.
of fun. A lot of good things going on downtown. Yeah.
Y'all got anything else for me?
Anyone?
Anybody?
Good report.
Good deal. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is a public hearing and discussion of the annual update to our capital improvements plan and 5-year short-term work plan for the impact fee program.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is an annual event that the City Council has to handle because of its impact fee program. You did receive the capital improvements element annual update in your package. Staff does note that on the road impact fee portion, we have added 2 projects to be included. Those 2 projects are associated with State Route 140 improvements. One of them would be the intersection of, if you will, Waleska Road, Reinhardt College Parkway. The other improvement area is the intersection Marietta Road, Riverstone Parkway with Waleska Road. Again, like I said, it's required by the state every year. I'm here to answer any questions and let the public have their chance.
Well, we'll certainly open this public hearing and hear from anyone, member of the public that would like to voice their interest or concern or any comments they'd like to make. We would welcome. Are there any comments? Quite honestly, Ken, it sounded pretty good there, what we're doing, which make ultimately committing some monies to some intersection improvements that really need it. So is there anyone that would like to speak either opposed to this plan or in support of? If not, we will close the public hearing portion and open it up to the council if you have anyone that has any comments regarding that. Ms. Goodman.
Ken, it's not particularly on that project, but
I've had a lot of people that are still wondering where we are on our Highway 20 widening. Have we heard anything further on that, when that project will start?
Bethany might know more about it. It's ongoing. Last that I had heard was that they were acquiring right of way, and some construction should begin maybe in 2020.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
2020.
The road improvements are
20 on
scheduled
20.
to bid by GDOT in May of 2020.
Thank you.
Ms. McGrew.
What about the improvements on 140? Do we have a timeline when that might begin?
Well, the two intersection improvements that we propose to be added within the road impact fee of our capital improvements element, we have submitted both of those to be included within transportation improvements plan to be eligible for federal funding. We should hear back from GDOT and ARC in regards to federal funding for those two road improvement projects in the spring. Mm-hmm. By adding these two into the road impact fee, the city's 20% local match would come out of the road impact fees.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Then we will move along to the public hearing for case number CUP 1909-001, requesting approval for 252 apartment units located at 591 Jackie Moore Lane, and discussion of Planning Commission recommendation. So we will open that public hearing, but we'll first have Mr. Patton make comments about that.
Mr. Mayor, Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing on this. Planning Commission did recommend approval with a condition. The condition that the Planning Commission recommends council consider is that land disturbance permits would not be issued until wastewater treatment plant capacity is available as determined by the City of Canton utility engineer, utilizing every monthly usage numbers at the wastewater treatment plant minus committed capacity minus proposed project capacity. This property has been zoned RM15 since 1998, but because it is apartments, it does require conditional use permit. I'll answer any questions council has after the public hearing is closed.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of this, we'll let the applicant make a presentation here at this point. I believe we limit that to a total of 10 minutes. And so you don't have to use all that, though, you know.
And if it's acceptable, I'll make an introduction and then reserve some time.
Absolutely.
To respond if there's any questions from the community. For the record, my name is Park Suff of the law firm of Sams Larkin Huffenbauer, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application or conditional use permit, because the property is zoned RM15. And I do want to mention at the very beginning, one of the issues with the conditional use permit RM15 is the only permitted uses in RM15 are group home, personal care home, or multifamily. So we don't have a whole lot of other uses other than multifamily. And this property has been zoned that way for many years. Keep going down. Oh, here it is, right here. This is the subject property, Ms. Moore's property. It is off of Jackie Moore Lane, which is a public road that needs some improvements. And obviously, with our project, we would make improvements on it. To the north of us is this wraps an existing apartment complex that is accessed basically off of Marietta Highway. We access off of Marietta Road in the Jackie Moore Road intersection there. The property is zoned RM15, and it's surrounded with general commercial, and ORT is the other zoning categories for the properties that front on Marietta Road. Again, showing the property is zoned RM15 and surrounded by other properties zoned RM15. And showing the area is within the South Crescent Ridge corridor, which is an area actually that's delineated on some studies that for investment and reinvestment and redevelopment of this area here. It was interesting that we had the public participation meeting, and the property has a few residents, but I don't think they show up as taxpayers on the property. And this is a kind of a layout of the proposed project. One of the things that is interesting is, you've seen me many times up here, and I'm used to having quite a bit of concern from communities that surround projects that come in for development. In this case, we had people reach out to us during the process and actually say, we really support your project, and we know neighbors that own property along Marietta Road and support the project because it's an area that has not seen the investment in the city that other parts of the city has seen. And so as a new apartment complex, it will have rents comparable to other new apartment complexes, all market rate rents, and it will provide housing in an area that needs some new investment and needs some new people and in that community. One of the questions that came up at the at the Planning Commission meeting, which I do need to forcefully state, the Planning Commission recommended approval. They went through the conditional use permit criteria, and they recommended approval of it subject to the sanitary sewer condition. But the other thing that they had some questions about was making sure that we didn't have a negative impact on traffic. And we submitted a traffic study, and the traffic study shows that the intersections in the areas are all A, Bs, and Cs, and that of the 12 or 15 intersections that were studied, only 2 of them were going to go from a B to a C. And one thing that this case is very odd for me because usually I'm looking at intersections that are very stressed and people are very concerned about it. You do not want a city full of intersections that at peak traffic times are operating at Bs. That means you don't have much activity. So that's an indication of why we only had support for this at the Plan Commission meeting, because this is an area that is a little bit overlooked and needs some investment. And truly, the traffic intersections in this area are by our traffic studies, are functioning, really, really well and those traffic studies are studying the peak traffic times. So we would ask that you look at this case and follow your Planning Commission recommendation. The only comment I would say is that later in your agenda, you've got a policy that you're looking at for how you're handling the stress, the issues with sanitary sewer. And what I would suggest is that the language that the Planning Commission put on is very similar to that language, but that you use the same language in both, because there's no reason to have this property treated differently than other properties. So whatever policy you adopt would also apply to this case. So I would just urge you to be careful in wordsmithing and use the same exact language, if not just reference it, assuming that the sanitary sewer ordinance that you're looking at later in your agenda is adopted, that you simply say it will be subject to that. That way there's no confusion, and this is properties being treated the same as any other property. So as I said, I was going to make a short presentation, and then if there's other public comments, respond to that. But I'm going to sit down right now and reserve a little bit of time, which hopefully I've got about 4 or so minutes.
Okay.
Is that right?
4.5 minutes. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this? Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this? Mr. Thomas. Mr. Weaver, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging me to speak. And I certainly don't want to rain on anything that he said. And I live just around the corner from where that project is proposed, and also the next one on the agenda item, or on the agenda tonight. And I just approach with grave trepidation. I've been there and walked through there so many times, and I just don't think that Jackie Moore Road there can handle more traffic or more development. I just don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I just don't think it can. If you think in your mind, for those who have lived here for many years, at the car dealership there at the top of the hill at the V, it's That's what I always called it growing up, at the V. When you V to the right, and there's that gas station there on the left, in between the car dealership and the gas, that's where Jackie Moore Road is, and it's a little, almost one-lane road that just kind of veers off into nothing, and there's no infrastructure there, there's no lights there, I just don't see how you can put 252 apartments there and people can be able to live there adequately with the infrastructure. I just don't see it, but maybe I'm wrong. That's the good thing about this process. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my thought.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Okay. You need to wrap it up?
Yeah, just briefly, and I appreciate Mr. Weaver's comments, and it echoes something that I was mentioning before the meeting, which is Jackie Moore Lane is a public road. It's dedicated to the city. It's been maintained by the city. It is in poor condition, and certainly we would be willing to make improvements to Jackie Moore Lane, and those improvements need to be made, and in this case will be made by us and not, with agreements, and not the county, or not the city, excuse me. So that is something that Mr. Weaver is right. The road does need improvements, and if we're not the ones making the improvements, eventually the city would be responsible for making those improvements. So it's a great opportunity for that area and the road structures to be improved, and to bring in some residents on property that's zoned correctly for multifamily. And it's a nice thing to have a project come forward without the concerns that you've seen in other parts of the city. And we're stand ready to work with the city any way we can on resolving any issues such as that. And I ask you to follow your Planning Commission recommendation and approve the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I would like to ask, we can ask questions at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
So would the applicant entertain perhaps working with the city to have the improvement of Jackie Moore Lane as a condition? You would.
I think they're
Okay.
indicated that they're
I
willing to.
just wanted to make sure that it was, could be conditioned in that. Okay. Anyone else have a question? Ms. McGrew.
Thank you. Will this apartment complex have amenities such as tennis court, pool, jogging trail?
It'll have a pool. I don't think it'll have a tennis court, but it will have a pool, and it'll have a clubhouse, workout area. I'm not having
right.
not thinking very clearly, but the clubhouse where you, and the workout area, and amenities like that. Common gathering area, outdoor areas to meet also.
Playground for children?
Yes.
Great. I know that the complex is going to be on both sides of the road. How many total acres is that?
Well, with this CUP, Jackie Moore Lane at 17.2 acres.
Okay. Jackie Moore Lane, is it a through street? It's a dead end?
Yes, it is a dead end.
Is any other development on Jackie Moore Lane?
There is one or two single-family detached homes that have access, driveway access onto Jackie Moore Lane.
So the city couldn't abandon it and turn it into a private street for this development then?
Because of the existing driveway of the Moore home, you could definitely make it private behind that, but at the same time, council could include a condition that the applicant developer improve Jackie Moore Lane to meet city standards as it relates to right-of-way width, paving widths, curb and gutter, things of that nature.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Ms. Wilson, yes, sir.
Let's see, I want to ask you about the total number of apartments. There are two projects that you're going to be introducing tonight, and the total number of apartments are about 460, is that right?
I believe that is
Okay,
Yes.
so we're looking at 460 apartments in two different parcels, right?
Correct.
Okay, I have two questions. The first one is the entrance and exits, are there two for each complex? And where are they?
The site plan does reflect two ingress egress onto Jackie Moore Lane with the current CUP application. The other application does reflect two ingress egress points off of Marietta Road.
Okay. You mentioned that traffic is pretty nice over there. I think it is right now, but with 460 apartments, that might put a little bit of stress on Marietta Road. That is a concern I have.
Yeah. And our traffic study shows that only two of the intersection would change from a B to a C at peak times for this.
But there would be 460 units
That's based
that would be there. That'd be 800 cars or so. So I'm a little concerned.
Anyone else? Okay. We will. All right. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing for the case CUP 1909-002, requesting approval for 208 apartment units located at 1010 Marietta Road and discussion of Planning Commission recommendation. Mr. Patton?
Yes,
we'll
sir,
open the
Mr.
public
Mayor.
hearing.
Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing on this. The Planning Commission does recommend approval with condition. That condition is land disturbance permits not issued until wastewater treatment plant capacity is available as determined by the City of Canton utility engineer, utilizing average monthly usage numbers generated at the wastewater treatment plant minus committed capacity minus proposed project capacity. Same condition with the previous conditional use permit approval. This property is zoned RM15, has been zoned RM15 since 1998.
Is this the same applicant as the previous?
Yes.
So why was it split up? Do you know?
Two different locations with other parcels and road separation between them. That's why the Planning Commission did, if you will, conduct one public hearing for the two cases, but made separate recommendations. But there are some parcels of land as well as road rights of way that do separate the two projects or parcels.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and open the public hearing and have the applicant discuss the issue here.
Trust me, I won't do the full presentation again. This is the subject property, and it is across Marietta Road from the other property. And we debated whether to file it as one or two. There are two different property owners. They will be developed as two separate communities. They will not be sharing amenities. They won't be sharing leasing. So they will be treated as two separate communities. So that's the reason why we chose to do it. And great question, and it allows me to answer some of the questions about the previous case, and that we are, as the staff said, it's zoned RM15, has been for many years, and we do show two access points on our site plan to Marietta Road. Interestingly, the property owner that owns, and my eyesight is not very good, but I want to say, is it 1023 and 1022? I may be way off, but the two purple-ish parcels that are between us and Marietta Road, the property owner was here last time in support of the application, and we had a good dialogue that actually what we may end up doing, he's got one of his properties for sale, or he's got his property for sale, is doing a common driveway that would, so we would actually even split our access points further up and have a common access, leaving a commercial, his property is a commercial property that would be, one commercial driveway access point. So there's things like that, and that's one of the reasons why, it's not site plan specific. We don't want it to be site plan specific because we will be working with adjacent property owners on how all that functions work. We are not asking for any variances from your code on number of access points. So, yes, those all apply, and we will have to meet your code in relation to that. And getting Ms. McGrew to your question before, and I think very great question is there a possibility of abandoning portion of Jackie Moore Lane because it's a public right-of-way that has to be maintained right now? It may make a lot of sense for us to be the one who approves it and then is responsible to maintain it. Those are discussions we'll be glad to have. This is the site here, and giving sort of a layout that we're proposing, and with the caveat that we will potentially change those access points depending on how the other property owners want to work with us, and at this point they really do want to work with us and see this as a positive for their property. So we ask again that you follow your Planning Commission recommendation of approval, and then the only condition that they'd added, as I stated before, is that language track exactly what you do for everybody else on sanitary sewer, so that there's no inconsistencies in that. Believe me, your city attorney would advise that too. So we appreciate your time. Be glad to answer any questions you have. My client's also here to answer any questions you have. And
do you have something that shows how that lines up with the other property?
I wish I had. This is Jackie Moore Lane right here.
Okay, so this applicant doesn't own the property directly across one Marietta Highway, so there's no way you could realign that road and make one intersection or anything?
No, but we could do, because our seller owns on the other side of Jackie Moore Lane, there is a possibility of Jackie Moore Lane being modified a little
90 degree or something, yeah.
They own another piece of property, Mr. Mayor, council members, between Jackie Moore Lane and Marietta Road that could possibly be an extension, if you will, of Jackie Moore Lane. So there's two access points in two different locations along Marietta Road.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this? Okay. Mr. Weaver, you want to speak in opposition? I believe you've noted. Okay, let's go ahead and with that one.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, certainly I would hate to prove redundant and certainly not recalcitrant to everything that the applicant and Mr. Patton shared. Assuming, let's just concede that the applicant was able to make an intersection improvement there. Assuming as much, what about going back to the V that I alluded to earlier? You already have like a triangular traffic pattern there. Are they going to make an improvement there to get to the main road? And then as far as Marietta Road, the only access to the interstates you have, I mean, I guess it serves well for single detached residents, but you can make a right at the Chevron there. But I just don't see how you can have another 200-something units worth of traffic on top of another 200. That's an already awkward traffic pattern where the roads don't even align, and that it's just going to work. I just, again, maybe I'm wrong. I would ask that you approach this with caution. I guess apartments are kind of a curse word nowadays, but such is the state of affairs here in Canton.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in opposition? I believe that's the only ones that had filled out the forms for that. Okay. Mr. Huff, you have anything else you want to add?
Just here to answer any questions that you have. Appreciate your time and consideration.
Okay, well, we will close the public input portion of this hearing and let the council ask any questions there. Ms. Wilson.
This project will feed into Morris Hill Road before it goes to Marietta Highway?
No, ma'am. It does have frontage and access to Morris Hill Lane, but they propose to not have any road or vehicular access to Morris Hill Lane. All of the access would come and flow out to Marietta Road.
Just flow straight on to Marietta? It doesn't have any other access road that flows into Marietta Highway?
No, ma'am. Like I said, they do have access to Morris Hill Road, but they do not propose to improve or have a access route that way that would come out there, and I think, doesn't that come out on, is it Marietta Highway or Marietta Road? I can't remember.
Yeah. It's one on Marietta Highway and one on Marietta Road, I think. But I was just looking at the graphic that was there, and it looked like there was access on Morris Hill Road. That's why I asked.
Well, they do have property frontage, but they don't propose to have an access way that direction.
Okay.
Anyway, Ms. McGrew?
Yes. Has the applicant spoken with the school system yet?
Yes, within your package, you should have information in which there's been an agreement reached between the applicant, developer, and the Board of Education relative to both of the projects.
Okay. What are the impact fees paid to the city for this project?
Each residential unit, the total amount is $3,900. I don't remember the breakdown of how much is parks, recreation, fire, but the total amount is about $3,900 per residential unit.
Has applicant applied for any waivers on fees?
No.
Does the applicant anticipate applying for waivers on fees?
There's been no discussion of that. It's never been mentioned by the applicant.
The applicant's behind you. Can we ask?
We would not ask for any reduction in fees.
What about a traffic signal for the area, Mr. Patton?
Based upon preliminary work that Bethany Watson has done, there's probably not a warrant for a traffic signal at Jackie Moore Lane or the entrance to the apartment with Marietta Road. There is a traffic signal in place at Marietta Road, Marietta Highway, Bells Ferry. There's a traffic signal, if you will, at the bottom of the hill where Hickory Flat Road runs out. The traffic study does show that approximately 50% of the traffic from both of these projects is going to split and go in the two directions. Those would be the two main access points, if you will, to hit 575 is Marietta Highway or down the bottom of the hill, Hickory Flat Highway.
Do you anticipate in 10 years needing a traffic signal?
Have not looked that far into it in regards to future traffic, but with level of service B and possibly dropping down to a C, the city has adopted a level of service relative to our impact fee program as a level of service D.
Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Yes. Are these single bedroom, two bedroom, a mix?
It's going to be a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. If council wants the breakdown of that, I'll get with the applicant, include that prior to the next meeting.
And what's the proposed rental fees on these apartments?
I'll provide that information prior to the next meeting as well.
I had one question that came to me while we were talking about Morris Hill. I see on the other parcel on Jackie Moore Lane, it touches on Herndon Way, going to Herndon Lane. There's no plans to connect there and have an access point there either?
No. Herndon and those apartments, the topo out there would be pretty difficult to make a connection come through those apartments. That's part of the reason they acquired that additional parcel land that sits between Jackie Moore Lane and Marietta Road, thinking ahead about a second access point, if you will, for Jackie Moore Lane on the Marietta Road.
Okay. Would they consider, or some kind of, you say the topo, but some kind of emergency entrance or exit so you have more than one entrance for that many people?
Well, if you look at the site plan, for the Jackie Moore Lane property, they do have 2 separate access points onto Jackie Moore Lane.
Okay.
They are willing to and agreeable to a condition to upgrade Jackie Moore Lane You could put the third condition, if you're inclined to, that they do provide that additional roadway access point onto Marietta Highway, an extension of Jackie Moore Lane.
I would just mention too, on Herndon Lane, that public road actually ends in that development, and so there's what would touch their property is all privately controlled roads within that development.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ken. All right, we will move to the next public hearing and discussion for case AX 1909-001, proposed annexation of 4 parcels located along Teague Drive. And there's also requesting that the zoning be general commercial. We can take both those at the same time, I think, there, can't we? For discussion purposes, maybe?
Yes, sir. You could certainly do that for discussion purposes. They are proposing to annex 4 parcels of land that are, if you will, an island of unincorporated Cherokee County. City of Canton property is on the north side, west side, south side, east side. The only access to unincorporated Cherokee County from these 4 parcels of land is Teague Drive. This annexation would close up one of the existing quasi-islands. It's technically not an island because state law says if there's a roadway access out, it's not an island, but cities all the way around it. In regards to the zoning, they are requesting general commercial. The Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing in regards to the zoning of this property. If City Council is inclined to annex the property, Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions. Number 1, provide a 35-foot buffer where commercial property abuts residential zone property. Following uses should be excluded from the allowed uses: hotel, motel, and restaurant. Thirdly, install a noise-reducing berm along River Point Parkway. Staff does note that the existing City of Canton property to the north, to the west, to the south is on general commercial. The property to the east is on planned development mixed use. That is part of the old Edible Shoals master plan development. That particular piece of property with the Edible Shoals master plan is shown as commercial.
So are you saying that the parcels to be that are being requested to be annexed have commercial, city commercial zoning on 3 sides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, already. Okay.
And I'll answer any questions at the conclusion of the public hearing that council members might have.
Okay. Well, we will open the public hearing, and we'll hear from the applicant at this time. And once again, Mr. Peppers, you're keeping the time. Have
Yes, sir.
10 minutes for both sides there.
Mayor and Council, thank you for considering our request this evening. I'm here representing Etowah Land Partners with 2 of my partners, Mike Gerald and Jeff Johnson. We've been working and developing in Cherokee County for some years now. We are afraid to count it up because we started when we were 14, so 20, 30 at least. We're excited tonight to present to you what we feel like is an opportunity to really revitalize the east side of 575, which certainly needs some help. It hasn't gotten as much attention as other areas of City of Canton. And I present to you just a conceptual of a wonderful live, work, play, One River Point. Thank you. Sorry about that. So this is where our subject property is. We're asking for tonight for you to consider the annexation and the general PC rezoning request. You can see that we're surrounded by commercial retail, restaurants, hotels, Highway 5, and in very close proximity to 575. The subject property is very unique in that it'll have visibility from 575, so sort of a gateway into Canton, and most people kind of instinctively go to the right, so this will be a great opportunity to become a destination point. So this is a picture of our property. We have an island of 4 parcels of land here that's surrounded by approximately 32 acres of commercial zoned property. These general commercial zonings that exist have no restrictions. They're all surrounded by City of Canton property, and we would be on county water and sewer. I know that's a big issue tonight, so we would not stress any of your sewer. So I also want to point out that the surrounding permitted uses, and I apologize, this is so hard to read, but we clipped this from the current zoning. But the following uses are permitted: retail establishments, automotive, financial institutions, dry cleaning, hotels, motels, restaurants. Restaurants with drive-through do have some conditions there, and office space. So we are presenting a conceptual plan. We have talked to some buyers, but we don't have any buyers currently. But we really see this as being a mixed-use community commercial that would draw the community together. These 4 parcels that are highlighted make up about 7 acres of that entire tract. That entire tract's about 16 acres. The commercial really is a gateway into a community that would be coming online the 3rd quarter of 2020. These homes will range in price in the 300s. I believe we're slated to start around $289 and go up into almost touching $400,000. We have 2 wonderful builders, Smith Douglas Homes, very reputable builders in the Southeast, and Eastwood that will be finishing that development. So you can see our subject property is a really important piece for the live, work, play, the walkability for these communities, in addition to our wonderful neighbors across the street at the villages to be able to enjoy this community commercial center. I would ask, with all due respect to the Planning Commission, that we could reconsider their conditions, and we would like to appeal it based on some facts that truly that night the Planning Commission did not have. And so I'm going to go through these points, and then I have visuals that will really help you see that there was just some confusion around where our property was and the surrounding commercial uses. So addressing the 35-foot buffer, our property doesn't actually touch the residential community. It's actually a right-of-way. Also, the subject property is surrounded by general commercial with no existing restrictions on restaurants or hotels. And the zoning states that this district is intended to provide for a wide variety of retail and service uses to satisfy the common and frequent needs of residents in large sections of the city. It is the intent of this district that permitted uses are located to create commercial centers or clusters along the city's major transportation arteries. We know our major artery is I-575. This request does not burden traffic. We're on a 4-lane, sewer, water, or schools. And then we all know that hotel, motels, and restaurants generate the greatest tax revenues for the city. And also, this property is perfectly located for a real variety, and we really don't want to put ourselves in a box to create a wonderful area that not only these 300 homes, but future homes that will be developed in this area can enjoy. So looking at the first, what you see where the arrows are actually the right-of-way. So you can see the left side of the villages is already built. Piedmont constructed those homes on the right-of-way, as is the future 4-lane that will be extended. This shows you a picture of the 4-lane, which obviously was built to not be a dead end, but built to handle some heavy traffic. Where our subject property is, the tree line buffer that already exists, and then where the villages are that was sold in 17 and 18. This is a great picture of all the current retail establishments, restaurants, hotels that surround our property, and this truly is a corridor along 575. Again, we're not going to burden any of the infrastructure, and hotels and motels do create a great tax revenue opportunity. And then we've got 200 homes. This gives you a visual where the grading has begun for 200 homes that will be slated for 2023. Again, we're in the urban corridor with the general commercial. So we feel like the recommended restrictions that we would like to appeal would really limit our opportunity to have the full palette to be able to develop this entire property. And we're also close to the major transportation arteries. Again, in the Cherokee County plan, this is a regional center, and you can see in the red how this is just a little island that sits in the middle of this regional center. So we really would love to see this dream come to life because it responds to the Livable Centers initiative in both the Cherokee County plans and City of Canton 2040 comprehensive plans to really create a live, work, play model. And I know we're also proud that City of Canton got the Georgia Trend Award for being the best live, work, play city. We feel like, too, that allowing non-restrictive zoning provides the development the freedom to have the contiguous property to work with and meets the LCI program goals of, number one, providing access to a variety of travel modes, including transit, roadways, walking, and biking, and two, encouraging mixed-income residential neighborhoods, employment, shopping, and recreational options. And then last but not least, we just respectfully ask that you would reconsider those conditions, approve the annexation of tracts 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which is approximately 7 acres, and rezone to general commercial with no conditions for the good of all the City of Canton residents and the goal of smart growth.
Okay. Thank you. How much time is involved still?
She's got 2 minutes left.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else in favor?
Mayor and Council, Mike Ray, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, but I've only presented hundreds of these things over the year. See what a better job I do when I turn it over to somebody competent.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay. All right. Anyone else in favor?
You don't have a category that's for neutral. And that's
No, unfortunately, but
my name is Susan Weimer, and I am president of the Villages at River Point Homeowners Association, coming to talk to you tonight. I thank you for your time. I would like to say that as an association, we are very much in favor of annexing the property. I don't think it's good planning to have a little island in the middle of another zoning area. I am concerned, though, about the conditions of the restrictions on the property, which we had talked about earlier at the Planning Commission. At that time, our neighborhood was very concerned, especially about a hotel. As most of you probably know, there are many concerns about the Motel 6, which is up the street. There is a natural barrier between Ball Ground Highway and our area going further away from Ball Ground Highway. First, there's a road that goes over to the Walmart shopping center, and on the other side there is a drainage ditch. And that provides quite a nice barrier between what was commercial and what is going to go into a planned unit development. As part of that planned unit development, the front end beyond the drainage ditch is zoned general commercial by the city with this residential piece that is going to be annexed inside. Our concern is that it's too far off that main highway for a large hotel. At that point, we thought if that's what they're requesting, along with a large restaurant area, it doesn't fit with the plans for the PUD beyond that or with our community nearby. After talking to the developers the other day for 3 hours, they are very willing to work with us, and we hope that they perceive us as willing to work with them. I think we have less concerns about restaurants, but the picture that they showed at first was more of a concept for the land in a new proposal rather than the proposal that they put forth to the planning board. They had asked specifically if we would look at Vickery Street in Cumming. So yesterday I got in my car and went over to look at Vickery Street. There are no hotels there. It is a hub for the residential area with small shops, a florist, several small restaurants. Just beyond it is a YMCA. But it is, the emphasis for that is definitely for homeowners and residential use. If we keep with the original diagram that's put up there, that's a different vibe all the way. That's for people coming off 575, coming in to spend a day or two in Canton, have a meal, and go on. And I don't think it fits with the PUD area. So I really don't know what you should zone it. I've heard that there is a neighborhood commercial designation. I think that fits this better. We don't really need to have another hotel there. We have problems with the one Motel 6. The police have told us that they know the area very well. There's an extended stay hotel across the street behind Bojangles and Buffalo's. And there's a third kind of iffy hotel on the other side of Walmart. We know that there are problems and issues with people needing homes, but we don't want to be the center for that. And I'm really concerned, even though I think the developers mean very well to have an upscale hotel, I just think it'll get beaten down by these other extended stay hotels, or they won't find a buyer willing to develop that. So we're not experts at this. We would like to have it be a commercial area, but we would like it to be a commercial area that has a focus more on our residential area and for that projected 200 homes plus the possibility of the 1,400 homes that are going in down to the river to the parkland. And we would be happy to work with the developers, but we just don't think a hotel fits with that. Smaller restaurants do. I don't know if the general commercial zone is the right one, because if that leaves it wide open, then how do we have any say in what goes in there? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, is there Ms. Weimer, Weimer, I'm sorry. That was you. Okay, so I got yours signed here. All right. That was the only one that had signed up to speak in that capacity. So is there any rebuttal, or you still got, what, 2 minutes, a half minute and 58 seconds?
Mayor and Council, Mike Bray again. Just a few moments to mention a few things. They mentioned the issue with motel, hotel, and I believe some of that extended stay issues that may or may not happen. But this group is willing to say that any motel, hotel will not be an extended stay facility. It'll be a more appropriate or classical motel, hotel, not an extended stay. They're willing to make that stipulation. When, again, as you saw in the prior presentation, this property is surrounded pretty much by general commercial, and this group is only asking to be allowed to have that same classification. In a typical zoning case, that's, if we weren't dealing with annexation, that's one of the things you immediately look at, what's the contiguous and adjoining property. So I think this case presents an opportunity for the city to kind of fix the city boundary, which is technically not an island, but has sort of like the duck that walks and quacks. It has all the appearances of an island to straighten out the city boundary. So this group has met with these other property owners and worked with them. They're intending to have a quality outcome with this project, and we think it fits what the city has out there already. So they're, of course, asking for a favorable outcome on this case. Thank you, Mayor and Council, on behalf of myself and this group.
Thank you. All right. So we'll close the public input portion and have any questions from the council. Ms. McGrew?
Yes. How did you know?
It's a lucky guess.
Can the city put a condition on the property to have any proposed hotel come back to us for approval, so that we can make sure that it's a boutique hotel and not a chain, or a specialized part of a chain would be okay? Can we put that kind of condition on it?
Yes.
Yes. Can the city put a condition on restaurants such as no fast food? It must be something of sit-down type.
Yes.
Assuming we can come up with definitions that are objective and make sense.
Gotcha. Has the school board been approached for any impacts?
This is a commercial zoning that would not have to approach the school board.
Just wanted to clarify that. And I heard correctly, please, that it does not impact the sewer at all?
Not quite. This is Cherokee Water and Sewer Authority coverage area, but that portion of the Water Authority's coverage area, Liberty Boulevard, Walmart, all of that, that still flows into the city of Canton's treatment plant. The Water Authority has reversed flow north of this property so that all of the ball ground sewer and part of the Water Authority sewer does go towards the Water Authority's treatment plants up off of East Cherokee Drive at the Etowah River. But this particular area still does flow, if you will, south downstream and into the Canton wastewater treatment plant.
Has there been an estimate on number of gallons a day that it would treat?
No.
Not yet. We'll need those numbers. That's all for now.
Ms. Wilson?
Are you talking about the whole parcel being in the Canton wastewater treatment, or just the small parcel that they want to annex?
Well, the annexed property would be like I said, within the Cherokee Water and Sewer Authority coverage area or service area. But part of that service area, including Walmart, all of the auto dealerships over on Liberty Boulevard, all of that still flows to the city of Canton's wastewater treatment plant. The Water Authority reverse flow north of this property so that it goes to the Water Authority's treatment plant up off East Cherokee Drive. But this area still does gravity flow and tie in with the city's system and goes to the city's wastewater treatment plant.
The small area that we're talking about annexing?
Yes.
Just that?
The 7 acres?
Yes. You know, all of the existing development, the Walmart, the Wendy's, the automotive dealerships, all of that currently flows to the Canton wastewater treatment plant.
Are there plans to reverse that and go north too?
No.
No. Okay. Can you put that, I don't know if it was you or who had it, that map that showed where the zoning was and so forth and the surrounding part? There you go. Back up, yeah. So what about that corner down on the lower left there, where it says general commercial? If they were wanting a hotel or something, it would take more than that area, right?
I'm not sure how much acreage there is with that parcel. Generally, and what we're seeing, we do have 2 hotel plans within Riverstone that have been submitted that are in the review and approval process, and those hotel sites are on approximately an acre.
Oh, okay. So does anyone...
About an acre, a little more.
So in reality, a hotel could go on that parcel right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the part in question is about 7 acres. Is that right? Okay.
Correct. The proposal for the 4 parcels for annexation is 7 acres.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Estes.
Just curious, I didn't get a chance to watch the minutes and the video from the Planning and Zoning Commission, but what was the dialogue that led to the restrictions of both motels, hotels, and restaurants?
I think that the Planning Commission listened to everyone that spoke and basically was in agreement with the thought of limiting hotel and restaurant with these properties, even though staff did point out to them there's existing general commercial around the property.
Okay, so the public input period and the
that was a factor in the ultimate decision, in my opinion. Can't speak for the Planning Commission
Fair,
members,
yep.
but
yeah, just thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else have a
if Mr. Mayor, council members, there is the possibility that the applicant could work with the Water Authority in installing a sanitary sewer lift station, work with them to reverse flow to carry it to the Water Authority's treatment plant.
Okay. That would certainly make a difference. I can't do any more. You talk to Ken if you want to. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to also acknowledge that all of the people in red are the people that I represented, that it's not me alone.
You want to tell us what you said? We couldn't
All
hear.
of the folks in red in the center section live in the residential subdivision that Ms. Weimer lives in.
I kind of gathered that. I kind of thought so.
And red is a good color. I just happen to wear it myself tonight. I don't live there.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? All right. We're closing the public hearing if I haven't already done so. So we will move on now. So this will come up before this council for a vote on the 21st. Is that right? Okay. All right. Thank y'all very much. The next item is another public hearing on the proposed amendments to the Code of Ordinances, Development Code, Chapters 106 and 107 for floodplain regulations.
Thank you. So you may remember back in May, we approved the floodplain ordinance from changes from EPD were requiring. About 2 months after that, I received an email from FEMA requiring changes to the floodplain ordinance as well. So these changes don't affect any way that we're doing any plan review or any issues that we have come up. They're just minor changes that were required per FEMA. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So do they take out or put in any other areas?
So the changes were, we had the wrong firm date in the,
okay.
And then that was one change. The other change was we did not have specific authorization to the police power to be able to enforce the floodplain maps. And then we also had to revise the definition for the area of special flood hazard to include that all streams with a drainage area of 100 acres or greater shall have the area of special flood hazard delineated, and then to add the definition for the highest adjacent grade.
Okay, that sounds
Mr. Mayor, it's
pretty
an
standard.
amendment to the amendment the council did 2 months ago.
Okay.
Because somebody else at FEMA questioned what
Some
we
wording.
did 2 months ago.
Okay.
Added something else.
All right, we will open that public hearing, and you have explained it. Is there anyone here who is in support of this? Anyone else? Is there anyone here in opposition to it? Bill, did you raise your hand? Oh, okay. All right. If not, then we will close the public hearing portion and ask the council for any discussion. Is there any discussion on this issue?
Most of these are just administrative changes, is
Yes,
that right?
yes, just bookkeeping type thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next item. Now we're to the minutes. You have in your council package the council meeting draft minutes from October the 17th. Are there any changes or corrections to be made to those?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Wilson made the motion. Mr. Yon seconded that motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All members voting for the motion. Sorry. You have also in your agenda package the financials, which do not require a vote, but if you have any questions or to be answered, our Chief Financial Officer, Nathan Ingram, is here to answer that. Does anybody have any questions regarding that? Okay. Now, our 10-minute public input period. I believe we have, some of these have been double signed. Mr. Weaver, you still want to come up for that? Okay, then you'll be the only one, I guess. Come on up.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Thomas Weaver, and I reside at 131 Old Marietta Road, Canton, Georgia. There was two things that I wanted to bring to your attention, both which are going to be part of your agenda for later this evening under item 16D regarding the fee schedule that has been put together by Mr. Ingram. I saw two things in the fee schedule that I wanted to bring to your attention. First and foremost, and I have my notes here, if I can just get them out. I want to make sure that I give you the correct information. Under Section 5 and Section 9 of the fee schedule, and I know that that's kind of a manual you have to look through, and I apologize for not having the page numbers for that, but we have the alcohol permit servers fee for the new and the renewals, those who are required under your ordinance to obtain a permit from the police department in order to sell alcohol for consumption on premises and serve those guests. The fees that are listed for the new and the renewal permit under those two sections they're not the same. They're not harmonious. So depending on which section you read, whether you read under the police department's portion or the city's administration portion, you get two different answers as to what the fee for the new and the renewal would be. And I believe that under one of those, under the Section 5, the renewal is listed as $2, and then under the police department's portion, the renewal is listed as $15. And I would ask that council harmonize that, hopefully for the lower amount, but regardless, whatever is appropriate for the city based on your budget. And secondly, under that manual, something that I noticed under Section 10 regarding the municipal court fines that would be levied by our municipal court judge for those offenders whom have been finally adjudicated of a city ordinance violation or a traffic violation, or those state misdemeanors that the state grants to the municipal court with the jurisdiction to hear and preside over. There are several instances under Section 10 where the fines go to the $2,000–3,000 range, even thousands of dollars more than what the state legislature caps the municipal court's authority under. I do believe that there are two applicable code sections under the official code of Georgia annotated. I'm not the city's counsel. I don't advise you to anything. But I do believe that if you were to ask Mr. Dyer could advise you that the state legislature caps the fees and the fines that the municipal court can impose to $1,000. There are two separate code sections. I can provide those to you if you'd like, but because under your fine schedule you go up into the $2,000 and $3,000 range, even under some of those instances, I think that could be legally problematic if a municipal court judge were to impose that fine based on your adopted fee and fine schedule, and the criminal defendant were to object by and through skilled counsel. Now, I do know that under state law that there are instances where the court can assess state-mandated fees, such as probation fees or attorney's fees, but I cannot, and even been through the criminal justice system myself, I can't see where they can get $2,000–3,000 more on top of the $1,000 cap. I just don't see how that could happen. So maybe I'm wrong, but it's just a couple things that I noticed, and I looked through that, and I read through that manual, not to be that person, but those are actual real fees and fines that real customers and clients whom do business here and whom have been adjudicated here are paying. And I do think that there needs to be that needs to be given a second look to make sure that they are consistent and harmonious when and where appropriate, and that the fines that the municipal court judge is imposing are legally tenable and wouldn't be subject to challenge on appeal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weaver. Okay, that's all we have for the public input period. We'll move along. Under old business, item A, discussion and possible action on sanitary sewer capacity policy in lieu of moratorium. McGrew and Wilson.
Well, we started with a moratorium, and then that was kind of scary, and so now we're down to a sanitary sewer capacity policy, in which we are, in the policy, whenever it would be almost like you'd get into a queue. You know, if you come up and you apply for land disturbance or for to use the sewer sanitary treatment plant, you'd get in line, and then the engineer would determine if there was capacity for you whenever you broke ground, if you are a developer. So that's where we are. That's where the policy is right now. It's a very gray policy. It's not real specific. And I have a couple of questions. The first one is, do land disturbance permits, don't they sunset after a year?
There's nothing specific in our code. Generally, the staff, if no activity has occurred within a one-year period, we would make the applicant resubmit an update to the plans.
Right.
But there's nothing that says specific that says that after 1 year, these plans are null and void.
Okay, so we have some developments that have been approved a long time ago, and they have not done anything. So would all of them have to reapply before making a
Are you
land
talking about some of the master plans?
Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about trying to find out what I am talking about. If we've approved a development, a master plan for a development, and there's been no activity in 15 years, and all of a sudden they come up and they start disturbing the land, they start moving dirt, do we go out and say, y'all can't do that?
Yes, ma'am, because the master plan is a type of a zoning related action. They still would have to submit construction plans and have a land disturbance permit issued for any type of activity under the master plan that has been approved.
Okay, so
Each section of all of these developments, such as Laurel Canyon, Great Sky, Town Mill, Summerwalk, Park Village, there is a master plan approval, which is a zoning-related function.
Right.
Each development that occurs underneath that master plan approval still has to submit construction plans, and they have to get a land disturbance permit for any construction activity.
Okay, that's where I'm getting to. So these people who've already been approved a long time ago would still have to get in the queue for sewer capacity, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But aren't we already counting them in our sewer capacity? So
some has been accounted for, if you will. Mr. Hatabian has worked on some things relative to matters that have a land disturbance permit that is issued, that things are under construction, as well as plans that have been submitted with incurring cost of engineering and things of that nature that he has factored into relative to sanitary sewer capacity. He has also accounted for all of the lots that we could think of that have already been developed, put on the ground with a recorded final plat. That is factored into the table of that you all were given earlier.
Right, even though there's been no land disturbance permit.
Oh, y'all don't have it yet, but we've accounted for all of the lots that are already on the ground.
Right.
That were put there because of a final plat.
Right.
We've accounted for all of the projects that have a land disturbance permit in which construction is underway. We've accounted for all of the projects that have plans in the, if you will, the queue for review and approval to obtain a land disturbance permit.
One thing, the proposed policy also requires this determination for a construction permit as well. So it's not just land disturbance. If you came to get a building permit, you would also have to make sure that there was sewage capacity.
Right. So but we've counted the ones that have not applied for any land disturbance permit.
Now,
or
if there's
construction
already,
permit.
now the final plat subdivisions would have already disturbed the land. They've already done their grading. If they have a final plat, they've already built the roads. So he's talking about the lots that have already been through development. The land disturbance has occurred, the road's in, and so there's a plat, so we can actually say there's a lot there.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
Right. So, for instance, out in Great Sky, where y'all approved Pot 18, there's not been any development out in Pot 18, and so they would have to get in line. Whereas,
and right now, no plans for that's been submitted.
They would have
yet.
to get in line, and their capacity has not already been counted.
That's correct. But
that's what I'm getting at.
But for instance, on another street like Stargaze Ridge out there, where the road is in and there are lots out there, their capacity is already
Okay,
been
Pot 18 has submitted plans. They're in the review process, so they have been accounted for.
People are expediting their plans.
I know. That's, and honestly, y'all, that's what sort of worries me about the policy is that we're going to have a bunch of people queuing up and who's first and who's second and who, I don't, can you get your arms around that?
It would just have to be date of plan submission.
That's what the timestamp is for.
Pardon?
That's what the timestamp is for.
It just means a daily calculation by Mr. Hadabian.
Yeah.
Basically. He's got to know daily what's available.
Absolutely.
Mr. Tabian has a table that we've accounted for all of those lots that have already been developed, with all the streets, water, sewer, everything put in place. Everything that has been issued a land disturbance permit that is under construction shows in this table. Plans that have been submitted that are in the review process show in this table. And I'll let Dave explain the table. I thought y'all might have gotten a copy of it prior to the meeting beginning.
Did we didn't get a copy?
No, I'm still working on it.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like I said, it's got everything covered, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of come down quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's.
Dave, before you go, Mr. Estes has a comment he'd like to make, a question.
Just more, I think, reinforcing it. I get that it's a balance, right? There's today and then the future, and it's all art and science. And I agree. I think what I get concerned with is the 4 million gallons per day, and it's like we've got an issue and a concern, but it's also not like tomorrow sky's falling. And so it's finding that balance to be able to say, today is our, we know what our current usage is, and then trickling in what's, I don't know, it's like tiers of, tier one is it's land disturbance, it's going, versus there is this master plan, and it's, who knows if it'll get launched because it's been 20 years. And so I think just more of a comment to say, I like that approach, being able to be much more mechanical about it, but also I get it. It's very much a science with an art to be able to predict into the future and when things are going to come online.
Right.
Dave, for instance, in the Bluffs, how would you know what to minus out for them that have been promised sewer at the time that they need it? Because you don't know what they're going to develop.
Yeah, we don't know, but what we have included is the 2 pods for single-family homes as well as the townhomes that they've got under construction, and there's 2 more buildings up on Bluffs Court that we've accounted for.
But what I understand is there is an agreement that the city would provide sewer and have that
Right.
sewer capacity ready for them at any time they needed it.
Correct, and
Well, I don't know how you calculate that, and I don't know how you know what to minus out. Especially since you don't know what type of development it's going to be,
Right.
and what the usage might be. I don't know how you minus that out.
Well, I have another question in regards to that whole agreement is, once that we pay off that amount with tap fees, is that agreement null and void?
Well,
I don't know.
I'd ask our city attorney. To me, I think everybody, it ought to be first come, first served for everybody till you run out.
Right.
If you run out, and hopefully you won't. And there shouldn't be any reservations for anybody. I know there was some prepaid tap fees at one time, and I guess they've already been paid for, and the money's probably been spent. But where those prepaid tap fees haven't existed or doesn't exist, then I don't think we ought to. I think one administration cannot bind another future administration. So if they could, the council could never do anything. I'd say, to me, unfortunately, we don't know when. 15 years is long enough.
Right.
For that to sit there and hold capacity in a sewer plant for somebody. 15 years is long enough.
Well, like I say, I've got those 2 buildings that we've talked to them about, that one is a 120,000 square foot warehouse, and the other's a 52,000 square foot building. So we've got those accounted for in this list, but that's it. And all the homes in Pod A and E and B, which is, I forget how many. Well, let's see. Where are they?
I guess one of my questions would be, we don't really have a starting number right now, right, of what's available out there.
Just on their master plan agreement, what they've got, and they've decided to move forward with all their residential units first, and now they're doing a couple more. Well, finishing up 1 building, which we've accounted for, and looking to build 2 more. And I don't know if you've heard anything else.
I just wanted to ask, one of the priorities is the Bluffs, according to a development agreement. So we're honoring those development agreements, aren't we?
I'll be blunt and simple.
Thank you.
Wastewater treatment plant permit capacity is 4 million gallons a day. Latest that Mr. Hatabian told me, average monthly usage is 2.9 million gallons a day. That leaves 1.1 million gallons a day. On this list of everything that we've factored in, all these lots that have already been developed, all of the projects that have land disturbance permits issued and are under construction, as well as the plans that have been submitted to the city that are in the review and approval process. Total of that's what, 940,000 gallons a day. Subtract that from 1.1. That tells you what's left over.
200,000, roughly. That's assuming that, you see, that's the thing about the Bluffs is we may be honoring it, but what are we honoring? We don't know what that is.
Do we have an agreement? Do we have
I understand
an actual agreement?
The other thing
a piece of paper?
From 15 years ago.
The other thing you have to consider about the Bluffs is we're basically calculating all of the residential up there. But we also know they're not going to construct all of the residential up there in 1 year or 2 years. Like most of our neighborhoods, it will take multiple years to get all of that in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the time the middle or end of those neighborhoods are being built, we should be nearing the completion of our plant.
Yeah.
So it really does come down to day by day, lot by lot, project by project. And I think that while the calculations give us a good idea, it's really just an idea.
We can't be exact, actually.
Well, no, because, if you've got a family of 4 living in a home, they're likely to take up more sewer capacity
Than a family of one.
a family of 1. Likewise, you may have somebody who purchases an old mill home, for instance, and they want to replace that with a new townhome that might have more bedrooms or more facilities. Well, you're basically going to be swapping out at that point, maybe a little bit more capacity, or it could be an individual that just wants to live there by themselves, and it may be less capacity. So,
yeah, it's really a moving target.
It is.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the policy needs to have some language in it about if a development comes in that is going to require 179,000 gallons a day, we don't have that much capacity, so we would have to deny that project. But if a project came in that was going to use only 80,000 gallons a day, we could accept that project because it would not be taking up all of the capacity. So do you think we should have some language in there to give ourselves an out or have no liability for denying a larger project but accepting a smaller project?
So the problem with that is, as I see it, somebody comes in and they say, we would like to rezone this piece of property. Here's the project we would like to build. They go through our, basically 90-day process to get approved. They may not break ground for a year or 2 years. The issue isn't in approving the project. The issue is when they get their permits to start construction. So technically, similar to what was a condition on the apartments that are there on Jackie Moore and Marietta Road, the Planning Commission said, we're okay with the projects, but you can't start your project unless you have a letter from the engineer stating that capacity for you in the plant. And so I don't think it stops projects. It might create a delay on certain projects. With bigger projects, it's going to take a certain amount of time now to come into compliance with our new procedures as it relates to roadways, for instance. You can't just go in and start constructing houses until you got the road finished. I don't know how much of a stop it's going to be. It may be a pause. It may be that, somebody's not rushing to get their project through, the process as quickly. I don't.
And as we were talking through this, there was a concern raised about developers spending money on land disturbance plans unnecessarily. So the policy is before they even apply, they come and ask.
Okay.
And the engineer says, yes, there's enough, here's your letter, go ahead and submit your application. Or he says, no, there's not, don't submit your application.
Okay.
So we're not denying, we're just saying, so I think, Ms. McGrew, your point would just work out, which is if the 179 one comes in, you say no. The 80 one comes in, you say yes. And it's by time then. We didn't say that in the policy, but that's just the way it would have to work.
But ultimately, that developer could say, I still want to do my project, but I'm not going to start it before this date. And I will come back and get a letter at that date. But I want to move forward with the zoning, and I want to move forward with, review of site plans and building materials. And if I need to go to the oversight committee or historic preservation, I want to get all my ducks in a row. And when capacity's there, I want to start construction.
So that's why we shifted off, at least in my thinking, from a moratorium to this policy is we're not shutting anything down. You just, we can build the things that we can build, and we can't build the things we can't. I mean,
and the policy that's before you does have language that requires someone to submit to Canton's utility engineer, Mr. Tabian, so that they can discuss sanitary sewer capacity based upon, what's committed capacity. It talks about how he will figure if there is capacity. And before the city would accept any construction plans, Dave would have to issue a letter of wastewater or sanitary sewer capacity that has to be submitted with those construction plans.
And I think we need to be clear on this. This is really describing a policy that happens anyway. I mean, everybody's asking about sewer. Nobody does anything without asking about sewer.
Sometimes it's a
especially anybody with a bank loan, they got to get a letter.
Yeah, but a lot of times it's a timing issue where they'll start producing plans and then ask for capacity. What we're trying to do is to have them ask for capacity before they start going through the effort of producing plans. Right.
What about the townhomes that are the old Howell's Drive-In Theater and the other side of the road in South Canton that are actually in the unincorporated area?
They're included. We've got them included.
They're included in that. So I noticed in this it says if it's determined that sewer capacity is available, applications and plans can be accepted for review based on the following priorities: existing city property. How does that work? House Bill 489. Basically, if a development comes in that's in the unincorporated area, and we can't have the capacity at that time to serve it, it's my understanding that we have to serve it. We can't say no. We're going to approve this one over here in the city.
And I think we wouldn't say no if there was capacity.
If there was capacity, yeah.
I think those priorities may practically be unimportant because we're not going to be saying, sorry, we have to say no to you because we're waiting for something to come in. I mean, it's really going to be based on time. Right? I mean, the priorities were just, it was a lot of my questioning that led to putting the priorities in because I was getting a little frustrated about worrying about reserving or what's coming and all that. But as we've talked, it's just going to, if you apply and we're supposed to serve you, you get
serve.
Right?
First come, first serve.
Right.
Yeah. Ms. McGregor?
Mr. Huff intimated that the language in our policy was a little bit contradictory or went sideways with the language in the conditions for the complex on Jackie Moore Lane. Is the language to our policy fluid with that? Will there be any contradictions with
You're talking about Mr. Thomas.
Same language,
Thomas
just
Weaver.
slightly different wording.
Uh-huh.
The policy specifies that they have to get that sewer capacity letter from the City of Canton utility engineer before they can submit construction plans. The proposed condition of zoning approval states that no land disturbance permit will be issued until Canton utility engineer determines that there's capacity based upon utilizing the average monthly flow minus committed capacity minus the proposed project capacity. He would still do a letter that would accompany their plans. My opinion, it's the same thing.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? I still don't see how you minus committed capacity when you have something like the Bluffs that you don't know what they're asking for. You don't know how they're going to develop. You don't know what their needs are going to be, but yet you've committed that. So do you only minus what they're doing now?
I think in that particular instance, what we're saying is we already have plans approved for all the residential out there.
Or a good portion of it.
Or a good portion of the residential out there. And these two spec buildings, and that's what we're including.
How much more land is out there, though?
Well, there's a lot. But the thing about it is when they get those two things done, we won't have any TAP credits left with them. And when those TAP credits expire, there's no guarantee of capacity at that point.
My thought on that also is they can't, if we don't have the capacity, we don't have the capacity. What are they going to do to us? Somebody gonna order us to build one? I mean, if we're already in the process of building it, we can't give it to them if we don't have it. So I think all that just works itself out.
Well, there's also, I mean, you think about it, there may be alternatives too. I mean, there may be a way that some development comes in and we work with the county and they have access to the county sewer, like Prominence Point and some of the other places
Well,
to the
people
south.
might get very creative.
Might what?
People might get very
Yeah,
creative.
I
at
mean,
this
I
point.
I don't think that should be ruled out, that would be a possibility, you know.
And likewise, in some of the neighborhoods, you could have a developer decide to do larger lots and septic.
Right.
That's okay.
Also, Mr. Mayor, council members, similar to the annexation zoning of Etowah land, Mr. Johnson, in which they indicated that, there's a possibility that they could enter into discussions with Cherokee Water and Sewer Authority to build a sanitary lift station, force main for their project, and possibly some of the other Cherokee Water Authority that now is coming to Canton's plant and reverse it to the point where it's already reversed.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody on council see any language that needs changing? And is our attorney happy with this? Does this cover all our bases?
I think we need something in there, and I think Ms. Wilson may have alluded, or somebody did earlier on something like that, but somehow or another, I think we need to make sure that any project has to be started within 12 months of the time the sewer capacity is approved, and that at least 50% of their project that they present, now this is just arbitrary at this point, okay, 50% of the project must be completed within 24 months so that they don't start something and just hold up on it, grade it, and then that's it. They just got the capacity and hold it from then on, So that means they got to move forward with their project. And if they don't, the applicants, the subject approved sewer capacity shall be allocated to the next applicant. I mean, somehow or another, we need to ensure that they move forward. If they're going to grab capacity, they need to use it, and they need to take advantage of it and do something.
So in your letter, you could put a deadline, say no promises after this date, right?
Or council wants that language added into the policy, we can certainly add that. Me being with a former development company, I can tell you if with our development company, if we got a land disturbance permit, that means we got a construction loan and the interest clock's ticking. We're not going to sit there a year and a half twiddling our thumbs. We're going to be moving dirt and whatever it takes to finish the project so that we start having money come back in.
And I agree, in a normal situation, that's exactly what you'd do. But in this precarious situation, you might tend to lock it in now and get in line, and it may take a little longer to start moving the dirt. I don't know. I just think I'd like to see that language.
How long do you want for it to go? Like
For land disturbance?
Yeah.
A year.
1 year. And what about finishing the project?
I don't have an opinion on that.
I think all we can do is as long as they're continuing to work. I'd hate to put a deadline.
Yeah,
You try to guess on apartments take a long time.
Yeah.
You can't, because every project's different. Some of the
Yeah, and
construction
weather,
time, there's
everything
weather
else
delays,
goes.
there's all kinds
So
of things.
do the two of you care whether the priority list is in there?
No.
I would suggest this. I think we eliminate that priority list and just put some language in there about it's based on application date.
But still, Bobby, I worry about development agreements that we need to honor.
Well, the only one I know of is that one in terms of sewer capacity, and I haven't looked at it to determine all, but it's a long ago. I mean, it's just unreasonable for anybody to think that 15 years later they're going to pop up and say, "Hey, where's our sewer?" I mean, and that's what my comment earlier about if they did that, we'd say, well, there's no capacity. What are they going to do? I mean, There's nothing they can do to make us do it. We're doing the best we can.
Ms. Wilson.
See your point.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
we can't.
No, I see your point.
No, but we can't, to the mayor's point, I mean, we can't say, oh, we've got this agreement. Let's go ahead and make sure we've got this capacity sitting over here in case they come along, because we don't even know how much. That's just unreasonable. And, you know, there's a principle about past councils can't bind your ability to plan. Now, development agreements are allowed. There's sort of an exception to that. But at some point, they just become so old and, you know, that unworkable. I mean, I think we're supposed to just be paying them tap fees and to reimburse them the
Right.
cost. But
All this conversation leads me to say that I think we need to fast track the wastewater treatment plant.
Well, we can only do
And
so
I mean
much, you know.
fast track.
There's always the water authority you can talk to, you know, at some point, and
I
I
think
think it
that
makes sense.
that would take just as long and just as much money. I think we ought to fast track what we're planning to do.
No, they've got the capacity now. I don't even know that they would want our stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, the only real way you could work with that is, I think the closest point is down at Prominence, but you're looking at designing a lift station, force main, working down Marietta Highway. I mean,
Surely that can't take 3 or 4 or 5 years.
I can see
I
it.
wouldn't
I
think.
can see it
Designing a
taking,
pump station?
I can say a couple of years anyway.
Couple of years for what, Dave?
Well, assuming that you've negotiated with the water authority to take the flow, to design a pump station, force main, get any easements, work down Marietta Highway. There's a whole host of things that could come up. In the meantime, you know, you can't lose track of the fact that we're going to build this plant beginning the middle of next year. You know, we've looked at several different options to try to fast track it. And you looked at construction manager at risk. We looked at doing some small, quicker projects. And when you look at the schedule, it all comes down to, I think the path we're going down is the best way to do this. We've got a 50% submittal coming in next week. We're looking to probably get a 90% into the state sometime in April, and then have it on the street the middle of next year. Construction is going to be the hard part. There's a very small footprint. There's going to have to be a very sequenced stage of events. You're going to have to build a new part. You're going to have to demo the old part, build new stuff on the new part, keep the existing plant in operation.
Those are things
and
we
and there's no laydown area for the
that's what we
contractors.
need, and that's what we're doing, and that's what
Yeah.
we need to be doing. Yeah, and
So
we
that's
need to
what
be
we're doing.
looking at
So-
how we're going to pay for it. All of those things
Yeah.
need to go in to play as quickly as we can. Excuse me.
So, I mean,
Do policies need to be signed by the mayor, clerk, or city manager before they go into effect? Or do we just vote on it and it starts happening tomorrow?
well, the signature would just be, the clerk could just sign it denoting when it was passed.
I make a motion that we accept this policy, including the language of after a land disturbance permit is pulled, the applicant has 1 year to move some dirt. I make the motion that we remove the priority list and we go by application date.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Okay.
That's
second.
okay. No worries.
Okay, open for discussion. What I see, you seconded it, right? Yeah. Mhm.
Are you sure?
I think that, you know, if I owned 100 acres out there and I was going to develop down the road somewhere, I'd be in here getting some sewer capacity, and then and just before 12 months go out, I'd come in and I'd put a dozer out there and grade up about 50 square feet. And then I'd have at least another year or so to do something. So I think that by doing that, you're going to see some of that happen. I mean, it may not be much, but I think you'll see some of it. And there will be certain grabs for the sewer in that by not making them proceed with the project necessarily.
see, well, some of the part is, you know, is the timing of these new projects. Okay, we say we're not going to issue a, come in with your letter before you start working on plans. You know, plans may take 6, 8, 9 months, and then you're looking at, you know, a year
I know
half
some
of
that
construction.
move them a lot quicker than that.
Some may not.
Not real good, but they move them quick.
But at the same time, we're still moving forward, and I don't know, it'll
Okay.
all be a timing thing with everything.
And here lately, Mr. Mayor, all the construction plans the city's getting because of revisions that are being required, and quite honestly, the quality of the work, it's taken 6, 9 months for plans to get approved.
Right. I wonder.
So they're not getting the sewer capacity committed during all that time, right? They get no sewer. They're doing all that plans after they've made the application, and they don't know that they're going to have any sewer capacity at that time.
Well, they'll have, right now, they have the capacity, but they don't have a land disturbance permit. I mean, the plans are horrible. And they really are.
Well, that's because they're trying to get in under the line.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, just make a minimum mess that you can to submit that the city will accept. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you have something?
Well, I was just gonna ask Ms. McGrew if we could wait until we see the finished policy before we vote on it, maybe at the next meeting.
May I confer with my attorney?
Please.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. And I withdraw my second. I'd really like to see the finished.
I think we know what y'all want now.
Right.
Let us put
I'd
it on
like to
paper.
see it.
Okay. Mr.
And
Estes.
so, Mr. Hiptabian, you'll be the policy owner?
If so directed.
So then I guess I'll ask this question in 2 weeks. Whatever is drafted, do you feel that it's enforceable or easy to adhere to? Yeah. Okay.
I can give council members an example. I used to work with the city of Alpharetta from 1985 through 1988. We had to call the Big Creek wastewater treatment plant in North Fulton County every morning to get a number of building permits that we could issue that day.
So you've been through this before?
Yes, ma'am.
What you're saying, okay. That gives me some comfort.
Okay.
City of Roswell, as well as Alpharetta and Project North Fulton, had to call every day to get the number of permits that we could issue.
Well, that's a good question. So what was the approach to handle it? This create a policy and manage it that way? Then first in, first is
Yes.
Okay, so we're not reinventing the wheel too much here.
And the policy really, I think I sort of instigated it because I felt like staff needed you to decide how to handle it. Because otherwise, you don't know who to give it to.
Well, that would be my question back to Mr. Hatabian was, all right, so we decide how to handle it, and then the question goes back, can you even handle it? So make sure it's not setting you up for failure.
Anyone else?
Hope you like spreadsheets.
Love them.
Okay. Next item. Discussion and possible action on Archer Street parking deck facade. Okay.
Thank you. Last meeting we presented the two different options. We had Clark Patterson Lee expand on one of those options. They are here tonight to present to you, and we're hoping that after the presentation you can give us some direction so we can continue to move forward with the design of the parking deck. Now, turn it over to Brian. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I've got a few folks with me from last time, Chris Forrest and Tim Pulver, our architects. And write this up very quick. Just to rehash what we had last time, the plan view of the parking deck, nothing's changed. We're still in plan using the same design we've had with access off of West Marietta and routing onto Church Street. We will not be using any of the sanitary sewer capacity for this project, so we're good. I don't want to add to that list. So anyway, just to refresh, last time we showed you a couple options for the facade design, the actual architecture of the structure. Again, what we've done working with staff, we've sort of narrowed it down, revised it a little bit to give some different options. Of course, this is an elevation shown along Archer Street. The remainder of the garage will have similar architecture around it, but just to give you an idea of what we're doing, we have three options. The top one, option one, is what we had presented last time. Working with staff, we had options with some signage, and that's what we're showing with options 2 and 3. But basically, the architecture is very similar, and we'll go over materials. I have a 3D rendering that we'll pull up here in just a minute so you can have a better idea of what it looks like in actual real life. But just to give you an idea, remember we are four levels tall. We are not higher than the existing City Hall building. And then I'll let Tim kind of go over how we got to the different architectural models and what each one, the difference in each one is. So.
Yeah, we had, when we worked with staff, we had talked about the patterning of the facade and the kind of the historic nature of the city and what it really wanted to be. We talked about symmetrical concepts and about asymmetrical concepts, and the staff leaned toward the asymmetry. That's just more unique and has more historic character. So the three that we developed here are of that asymmetrical type of character. We had initially had the one on the top and the one on the bottom. The one on the bottom with the Canton signage on it, we had done a precedent study of cities and towns and some of the historic signage that is out there, some large format. You have an opportunity here where it's located on the corner where you have a view shed down to that corner. You do have an opportunity to do something pretty special here and something that could be, kind of iconic, not just a basic parking deck, but something that could really add to the character of Canton. We discussed the one on the bottom. Those letters are about 9.5 feet tall, might be a little too large, so we kind of did a happy medium kind of version of the one in the middle that kind of toned that down a little bit. So those letters, they could be backlit at nighttime and could be very, very visible. With the asymmetrical design, this is such a long facade that you need to break it down so it doesn't look just like a big, huge parking deck monstrosity. So the different patterning types that we showed the staff go from brick facade to the metal, like a historic metal paneling going up through that's opened. It's like a mesh type that you can see on many parking decks to meet the open air requirement that's required by code. So the patterning is a pattern of those brick panels with windows and the metal mesh. So what we're presenting tonight, you can see the City Hall to the right. It's drawn to scale, so you can see the massing of the two. We don't want the parking deck to overwhelm the massing or be taller than City Hall. So it can just flow, the architecture of that can just kind of flow on down the street and be very fitting.
And the attempt was, the garage is sloping on both sides to go from one level to the next, but the facade is designed to look horizontal, like a building, so you don't have this sort of sloping facade. So when you're looking at it on the street, it looks like a normal building facade. Just to give you an idea, we did do a 3D rendering, so more in real life of what you just saw as a hand sketch would look more like this. We didn't do the signage on this one, so we just did the option without it for now, but to give you a better idea. And Chris, you want to kind of talk about materials and what we're planning?
Yeah, so Tim mentioned the patterning of brick facades, and
metal mesh. So in the brick patterning, we have an opportunity to kind of pick up some of the historic kind of brick detailing and elaborate cornice or simplified cornice at the top. Also, kind of at the top of the metal mesh sections, we have an opportunity for some ornamental metal to cap off those parapets there. And also, with the different window punched openings, we've also included some grill work there to mimic windows. And you can uplight the building facade and also if there's signage on the building, there's an opportunity there as well. So.
And really, the point of all this is just to give you an idea of what your building's going to look like. And in order for us to move into final design, which is what we really want to do, just want to make sure you're okay with how this looks, because obviously you have to live with it and pay for it. So any feedback you have to us will be much appreciated.
What's the difference in the cost between 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, they're all very similar.
Estimate.
Obviously the signage is an additional cost, but we're still working within our budget of the total $6 million.
So you mean the additional bricks and so forth on the second one would still fit in that?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And once we move forward in design, we'll do a finalized cost estimate, so we'll know exactly where we are. And at this point, we haven't moved into structural design, so we'll be able to size all of our members and foundations and get an accurate cost estimate at that point.
Okay. Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, I really like number 3. I think the matches our logo really well, but it also has an older look to it. The way I guess the size and also the type lettering, it looks more like a historic building.
The bottom one.
The bottom one. Yeah.
Is it different than the top one except for the sign?
That's right. The top one and the 1 and 3 are the same except for the signage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second one was a complement.
I really think the sign does a lot for that. It really was. You said that could be lit at night too.
Yeah, it can be. There's a lot of historic reference to signage in that nature, and we can do a lot of different things with it.
What would be the length of that sign?
I think we had that. Tim, do you remember?
Just trying to look at it from a bay spacing.
Yeah, it's 7.
Covers a bunch of windows there.
It's about 85 feet long.
85 feet?
The length of the entire campus.
That's a big sign.
It's big, yeah.
I mean, to me, that's almost too big.
Yeah. The middle one is about 50 feet.
Well, let's change it.
I like the third river on top of the sign, and the top one looks more just like it doesn't really look as much like a river flowing as the third one to me. You could probably make the smaller sign with 3 humps like that, couldn't you? Shirley?
Oh, the design of the
yeah.
top. Yeah. I'm
See,
imagine we can adjust how we show that. Yeah. And in the details of it, sure, we can make those. Yeah.
And you get more brick on number 2.
Number 2 does have more brick. Yep.
Could you? I made a comment that it would allow people to realize that they weren't in Woodstock, at least. If we had
they would definitely know where they are for sure. Yeah. Woodstock does not have that.
No, exactly. Now they would know. They come around the corner.
They're also not this far along on the parking deck.
No, true. So my only other thought or question was, could you add, if you didn't do the sign, could you add more brick?
Or
does that throw your budget away?
What that design is basically the option 2 with the extra brick without the sign.
Okay.
And that gives you an idea of what we would shoot for there.
Okay. And then are the windows you can see through, or is it just?
Yeah, the openings in the brick facades to the right are open. There's no glass in that.
Oh, okay.
So they're open. The windows in the tower to the left, that's actually the stair and elevator tower, and that's actually glass.
Okay.
Yeah, and the elevator is going to be on that corner we're going to try to design it to have a glass back, so if you're in the elevator as it goes up and down, you can see out through the windows.
So what do you think? I think we need to give them some direction, let them move on with it.
Is that what the motion is?
That's what they'd like. Yeah,
That's what the
they'd like.
decision is, that it
Yeah,
would be
it's to,
to just move along and doesn't commit us to, it's
I mean,
just so you can go to design.
Detailing wise, we can make changes. I just want to, from your perspective, that this design, whether we can change signage and adjust that, but this is basically what you're happy with.
I like it.
I did too.
Anybody object to it? Don't like it? Want something else?
I don't like the sign.
At all?
No.
Well,
it goes from, we're saying we don't want it to look like.
Well, it's too big
Too much
to me. An 80-foot sign is too big. And the other one has got to be 40 feet, hasn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
it looks
the
like half as
difference,
long.
the height of the letters, so the larger one, I think we said they're 9 feet tall, whereas the smaller one, they're what?
Yeah, I think from a massing standpoint, though, you think 80 feet's large, but you have to look at it in proportion to the context
Whole building.
that it's on.
Yeah.
Because if you're talking a football field, a 40, 50-foot sign is really nothing. So it's...
Yeah, but you walk under that thing, you're going to see all 40 feet, you know.
That's true.
Honestly, I think the top one is good. I like a sign, but, but the second one does give you more brick. I'd suggest that we ask them to move along with item number 2, and then if the sign needs changing or something at a later time, that could be done. Yes, ma'am.
How has it been determined that we need 300 parking spaces? And there was a study, right, Mr. Patton? And do we still need 300 spaces?
300 was a target number that had been looked at with the downtown parking study that was done several years ago in regards to a parking garage, and that number was included within the RFP, and that's what the consultants have worked with.
And I think that was probably what they thought.
08 or something like that.
That was probably the maximum you get on the site without dwarfing the City Hall building.
That's true, yep.
It already looks like it's dwarfed. That's just a massive industrial-looking structure.
Well, the thing you have to remember about that is you're looking at the side profile of this building. If you were on, for instance, if you were on Academy Street, the Academy Street facade of this complex is about the same length as this building.
That's right.
So, I mean, you're basically completing a square almost, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's
still that long, and it's still massive and industrial looking.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is we can make it shorter, but it's not going to be as friendly for the people parking on it because the ramps are going to be increased. It's going to be harder to get into, out of, and, it may not be masked as much from a length standpoint, but it is going to be more vertical.
Mm-hmm.
What we have tried to do on the design is take advantage of the fact that we know that, users want to be able to park comfortably. They want to be able to walk comfortably from one end of the deck to the elevator or the stair or what have you. So we've tried to cut down on as much ramp height as possible to make it more pedestrian friendly when you're inside the deck.
What do the studies show about placement of elevator? I'm thinking about people who are in pain, have trouble walking, backaches, and if you have to park at one end, you've got to walk the whole length of the parking deck to get to the elevator. Seems like a center location would be better for an elevator.
Right. If I go back to the plan, so we have the elevators on each of the corners, as you see there with the elevator stair tower. And so they're equidistance from the center of the garage. So the most that anybody would walk would be half the length of the garage.
Okay. What about a covered walkway from the parking garage to the back door of City Hall. Will there be one?
Yeah, that's something we are studying right now. So the plaza behind, or just out this door, that would lead out to the front of the garage, we're going to look at changing a lot of that and how the pedestrians would connect to this building, and possibly add in a walkway from the garage up to this door here.
Mr. Huff would have liked that tonight if you saw his suit in the rain.
What about the roof? Have you made I don't know what to call it.
The top level, and I will go back to the 3D render. So
Is it a higher, is it more safe?
right. So what you see there at the top, we continue the structure up so it covers. You won't see cars at that point, and the guardrail height enough. It goes up high enough that there's no issue with somebody going off the edge. So it's at least 42 inches at the smallest, and then at the highest it's several feet over that parked level. And then we did add in a decorative metal panel at the top. I think that was your comment from last time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
42
still,
inches is not that tall for a teenage 6'7" person to jump up on top of it.
And then you're right. And I think, I don't know, Chris, if you remember how high we went. So the brick panel sections go up even higher. So I guess at the very minimum, the 42 inches is the minimum per code. But I do think due to the architecture and how we've designed it, keeping it that flat, top level, flat all the way across, it ends up being higher anyway. So, yeah, we'll make sure that we don't have that issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yeah. I know we're talking about spaces. Something we might be forgetting is that we have 126 spaces already here. But the other thing that, I spent, 35 years on the road in every major city in the United States, and in a lot of parking decks. You really need to plan for more, because look how much we've grown now, and look what we're going to have in 20 years from now. Yeah, it's going to be double. Yeah. So 300 parking spaces may seem like a lot, or counting that, 426 may. But when we double our population, if we're going to do it, we should plan for the future, not just right this moment. Because then we're going to be like Woodstock. People come in, you got no place to park. And, let's be good planners and do what we're supposed to do.
Keeping in mind that we already have, 80 spots, so it's really 225 incremental.
We have 126.
No, I'm saying, to your point, it's not 300. Seems like a lot,
We
but
already
it's
got some on the ground.
225 incremental. So
yeah. And with regard to Mr. Groove's comment about maybe walking distance, I would assume there would be adequate handicap parking near the elevator.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, we are providing handicap, and they are all on the flat portion of the garage, and they're all adjacent to the elevators, both elevators. Okay. And the parking that's directly behind here today, most of that's staying, and there are some handicap that would be at grade back here. So we would leave a lot of these spaces as they are.
Okay. Anyone else? We need to give them some direction. What direction are we going to give?
what are the choices, or I guess options of that you need?
All we're looking for is you say to us that you're happy with this general concept. We're going to move forward. The signage we can adjust, and as we move into design and finish the plans, it's not like we have to step back, a lot of design work and redo if we decide to use the signage or not. So we can move forward with this basic concept and make changes as we go. I just made to make sure that you're okay with, if you don't come back and say, well, we want you to do something completely different. If you're okay with this general concept, then we can move forward with that. And get cost estimates and do that sort of stuff. But,
can you wrap it with apartments?
That would cost more.
Yeah.
Anyone else? I think we need to, is anyone totally unhappy with that and want to have a big round one or something somewhere else? If you do, then, we need to back up and start again. But
I want to be in a different location. So that's So I guess, but I also don't want to be unfair to the process because that other location is, not presented before us right now.
I don't know where that is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that design. I think it's, and I expect to be able to park there someday. Not as mayor, but I will be able to park there, okay?
You will.
All right. And, I think it looks good. It's functional. I mean, that's what it's all about,
Well, ultimately, all you're doing is you're telling them you're okay with the design concept, move forward with the rest of the design process. You're not approving the construction of the deck. We haven't released anything to bid. When we acquired this property, we acquired it knowing that we had a parking lot. We may want to do a deck on it. Whether you do the deck now or you decide to do a deck somewhere else and do the deck later, that's fine. But it's at least gives us a plan for that lot if we ever want to build a deck on it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we move forward on this and
with the basic design.
basic design we have now, so they can go ahead and get started.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a second. Any other discussion? All right. If not, those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, let's have a show of hands. Ms. Wilson, yes. Mr. Goodwin, yes. Ms. Estes?
No.
No.
Parrish, yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay, I believe it's 3-2 in favor. Get to work, guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, the next item, under new business, discussion of public alley abandonment request of Brad Fisher. Who's handling that one?
It's a request from Mr. Fisher. So
Oh, is he going to handle it? Okay. Okay.
Good evening. I'm not your typical guy. I'm just a little guy in town. I live downtown. I'm working downtown. 90% disabled veterans, so the VA parking lot is exactly what you asked. There's an elevator on each end of the parking lot. Sorry, that's got nothing to do with me. But, my interest is in downtown, right? I want my life to be great and everybody to come downtown and participate and do all the things that they do downtown. It seems like all the development is with bigger guys doing bigger things in bigger areas outside the city. And what I'm trying to do is take some of these properties that look terrible and are terrible, tear them down, bring some income to the city, bring some new development, get some excitement going downtown. And the process has already started. I purchased the city lot on West Marietta. I purchased the 227 West Marietta. I purchased 370 West Marietta. And I'm just trying to do a simple project. I'm just trying to bring 5 townhomes, to downtown, bring some income, bring some interest, bring some activity. It's close to the cotton mill. It's close to downtown. And I want to keep doing that. And the problem that I have is that everything that is available to me as the small guy is small properties. All these things were built in 1930s, et cetera, and they're on 0.1 acre or 0.2 acres. So, I've been really lucky, and thanks, to the city council, I've been able to get that other additional city lot next to 227 where I can put 5 townhomes. Now, that particular corner is right there by the garden lot, which is owned by Roy Taylor. And then if you go up, this is at the corner of West Marietta and East Marietta, and there's a duplex, and then there's the public alley that goes behind it. Well, I own all that property, except for the duplex right there at East Marietta. And behind it is the back parking lot of the police station. So, the police station has no really need for that property. And, I've cut down a hill and brought it level, and I'm trying to get rid of as much kudzu as possible. All the trees have, vines that have grown up and are killing all the trees, behind the parking lot of the police station. And I'm trying to, dress it up and re-landscape and, do an improvement that everybody would be proud of in an area that we're trying to rejuvenate, and get rid of the blight. And, as part of that process, and the lots being small, that abandoned public alley is also overgrown. It's also not kept. It would be an expense to the city to maintain that. Now that I bought the property, the city would need to come in there, and they'd need to pave, and they'd need to cut down all the overgrowth and get it prepared for the housing that I plan on, putting there. So rather than the city having to put any expense, into maintaining that public alley, it would benefit all my projects in that location, where we could maintain it with some nice landscaping. The public alley would only be needed for one of my properties. I put in a CUP application for the other two. But the one that's up on the hill, that's abandoned house that's going to be torn down, I'm going to put a duplex. But that's really the only thing the public alley is needed for. And the rest of it is behind my other property that, plus the city lot that I bought. And it's not even needed. It's just dead end and overgrown. So, I would ask the city council to approve the abandonment of the lot because, A, it would help me, and B, the city wouldn't have to maintain that anymore. And I could re-landscape it and redo, a much-needed improvement in the area. And I guess that's really, about it.
You wouldn't, without thinking about the topo and everything, would that be an access to the building that you're going to be doing there from East Marietta?
Yes, there's.
So you would essentially improve that as a street or a driveway?
It would be a driveway for a duplex. The address of that particular property is 370 West Marietta. However, there is no West Marietta access to the property. The only access is by the city, the public alley. All right. Then if you continued past 370, that used to be the only access to 227. All right, and the city lot. So when I bought 227 and the city lot, I'm now digging that hill down to West Marietta Street level, where everything is accessible from West Marietta. So the only house that public alley is needed for is my proposed duplex at 370 West Marietta. Because all the public alley, should you, give it to me, from the 227 and the city side would be needed for that project for the 5 townhomes, where we could landscape it nicely, get rid of the kudzu. It's my understanding that the parking lot from the back of the police station is sinking for some reason, and it would, we would be building retention walls, upgrading the property, cutting down the kudzu, getting rid of trees. It's got vines that are grown up so thick that it's going to kill the trees anyway. And, I have other things in mind that I won't really discuss right now that I'd like to get from the city as well. I'd like to come on up West Marietta and continue this, this progress on up towards the proposed parking lot.
Anybody have a question?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you own 471 East Marietta Street?
I do not own, that is owned by Carol Smith.
Okay,
And-
now, is that the only way they can have to get to their property? Is
Yes,
the alley?
yes, and I would give them a permanent easement for that property. And they only need like the first 20 feet. They have a cement drive that they just pull into. I was going to buy that from Carol Smith, and she just wanted too much money for it. So I would provide a permanent easement with deeds and records where she would have that, and I would also maintain that as well.
Is that the first house? That's the duplex?
That's the duplex. That's
Yeah,
the
so if you abandon, you would be abandoning that part of it to that property. You wouldn't get the whole alley.
Right, so they would need to give me the
They
easement.
would own it, they'd have to give you an easement.
Yeah, they would need to give me the easement.
But it would basically be a private driveway then.
Right. Right. But, I would probably, provide the drive all the way to East Marietta, even if they owned it, because I wouldn't want to go through 20 feet of ruts and ditches and, unkept property, and then get to mine to go the rest of the way.
Chief, you don't have any use for that alley? It adjoins the police station, right?
Yes, the backside of the
And you have no
department.
use?
Okay.
There's a fence, I guess, in the.
There's no fence, but there's a little bit of a hill, and, my next request, which I haven't really mentioned to anybody yet, but I guess now's a good time, is, I would really like to get some of the property behind that parking lot, because there's plenty of property that's not used and overgrown with these trees and such that, I could use, and because like I said, everything is just tiny. All the lots are small, and I could really improve the area greatly, if y'all are willing. And,
You probably need to take one thing at a time, right?
Yeah, I know. I really wasn't planning on mentioning that, but, I just wanted to let you know that I am a downtown resident. I've got 3 houses that I've redone or building, on Brown Street. And, my concern is, I want this downtown to work, and I want it to be a place where people will come. And if they see some new development, as far as I know, y'all would know better than I think I'm the only builder that is even doing anything in the city limits. And this is right between the Cotton Mill, Railroad Street, and City Hall. The new parking deck that was talked about tonight is the end of my street. You go up, and there we go. So, I think it would be excellent for the city. I think it would bring in, more income, and I think it would be excellent for me.
Ms. McGrew, you have a question?
I do. How much property is involved in this alley? What's the length and width of it?
It's, it's variable, right? Typically, it's like 10 feet wide, give or take, going. I think the duplex, the first duplex, is probably 65 feet, and then. But I would say, all in all, if you go by the property at the corner of West Marietta at the Garden Lot and East Marietta to the end of my property, which is the city lot that I just bought, you have 167 plus another 100, so probably 250 feet.
This would be treated like a private driveway. You would always be responsible for it?
Yeah, well, that driveway wouldn't go all the way. It would stop at 370 West Marietta, which is halfway. Everything behind the 227 and the city lot would become part of that development with the 5 townhouses.
Mr. Peppers, it shows here that it goes from East Marietta all the way. Is he saying it stops here?
He would stop it there because those lots on 227 which used to have access because they sat up on a hill, now have been lowered and have access directly to West Marietta, so there wouldn't be a need for a private drive behind those.
My other question is, what do you think of this? Is staff behind this? And I'm curious about the proximity to the police station.
So I think it was maybe, Mr. Hooper would know this better than me, but I think it was maybe a year and a half ago. There was a property owner at 370 that you just purchased, I think, reached out to the city and said, hey, you need to maintain this public alley. And we actually had to go out and do some research because no one had knowledge of it being a public alley. It had basically become a drive for those private properties. And so sure enough, it does show as a public alley. We did a little bit of trimming back, so a vehicle could get in there, but that's really all we do. It doesn't have a direct connection to the police department. You can't drive through it to get to that lot. It really has always just served as an access to those homes.
Do you have objection to this abandonment?
No, I mean, I guess the question I would have on an abandonment is probably more of a question for Mr. Dyer. Traditionally, when you abandon to the property owner on either side. You would split it down the middle and you'd say this part goes to the city, this part goes to the property owner on the other side. I don't know if that's the case in this one or not, so you'd have to clarify what you're abandoning and who you're abandoning it to.
Well, there's two steps. There's the abandonment, which is you deciding that the public doesn't need to use this alley anymore. Then there's the second step of disposing of that property. And then, so at that point, you could dispose the whole thing rather than keep. But Mr. Pepper's right. If there was a private property owner on the other side, you would split it. But you wouldn't have to split it. So the first step is just decide that you want to put it on an agenda so we can send out notices to the two property owners that are along the public alley.
I think maybe we should do that. And, we're going to move it along to the next agenda anyway. Would we have to put it on another work session or just?
I mean, we can put it on the next meeting.
There's no public hearing requirement.
No.
Oh, okay.
We just have to send a letter to the two property owners.
I can provide that letter with the certification that the letter was sent, just like I did, because it'd be to the same property owners for my CUP application on the same property.
Well, we would send this letter out.
Excuse me?
The city would send this letter out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, why don't we just put that on the agenda for the next time? And would the letter be going out between now and then so that they would be on notice that it would be heard?
Yes. All we have to do is notify anybody that owns property on the proposed abandoned right-of-way that we're considering at the meeting. So we've done it 3 or 4 times now.
So I own everything but one house.
Right.
And then the police station.
So it's really just notifying the other person.
Right, but if there's objection, that person would come before us
Correct.
at the next.
Right.
I don't know why, they're going to have it's their driveway.
Right.
The public's,
but
right. They would have an opportunity to come tell you, right.
Yeah. And if I could just add one more thing, the main reason for the need for that, because I already have access to my house, is there's new code and ordinances now on retention walls and how that works. And so prior to my other construction projects, there was no new code. But now there are new ordinances regarding that, which we
Slope easement.
Oh, the new slope thing. Yeah.
So what happens is you got to go up, then you got to step it back, and then you got to go up. And so this allows me the opportunity to do the right thing, build the right, retention walls and landscape properly, and still have room to put the proposed 5 townhouses. Because if I didn't get it, then I may not have the room to even do any construction on the property, because the height of it is so high, you would have to come too far to the front of the road, and it wouldn't leave enough room to even do the proposed construction. Does that make sense? Did I say that right?
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else on that?
Right.
Okay. We'll probably see you in about 2 weeks.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot. All right, discussion of the proposed hotel motel tax fund amendment. Mr. Nathan.
Get up and stretch just a little bit. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Cherokee County Historical Society has come to the council tonight to ask for an additional allocation from the hotel motel tax fund of $15,000. These funds were used for. They've already completed, I believe, the renovation of the rock barn, some improvements there. So they've come to ask for the City of Canton's assistance with covering some of those costs. You have an amendment there before you, and I'm not sure if there's anyone from the.
So you're saying they already spent the money?
I believe that the improvements to the rock barn have already been completed. Yes. And I think you have attached to your agenda item on some receipts.
And just so you're aware, the reason why we bring this to you is the process on the hotel tax from request is we just look at it to make sure the request meets the use of the tax by law. Ultimately, council can decide whether you want to provide a grant that meets that. So this would technically meet the law as it relates to tourism product development, but there's not a requirement that you have to spend this.
So we're already, what are we budgeting for them already this year? 25,000 already.
Yeah.
And then want another 15.
Yeah. I think with everything else we've done, I'm not really in favor of this personally.
Anyone else? Have a thought? I tend to agree. I would have thought that maybe they would have come to us maybe before they spent the money and asked for help. Obviously, those bills have been paid, I assume, right?
I'm sorry?
Those bills have been paid.
I believe they have, yes.
So they had the money to pay it at the time. So what do you want to do? Anybody?
I think we put it on the agenda to vote on next meeting.
Okay.
Possibly somebody from the Historical Society could speak to us on it.
I'm surprised they're not here tonight. But yeah, that would be fine. It'll be on the next agenda.
Thank you.
Next item, discussion of a proposed Phase 2 occupational tax changes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have Ms. Rachel Bembry with JAT Consulting. If you recall, that is the organization that did our complete occupational tax review. She's been with us before to go over Phase 1. We did some conversions from the old SIC to the NAICS, as well as some other items, but she's going to present the Phase 2 implementation, and we'll be available afterward to answer any questions, as well as I'll be here in 2 weeks if you have any additional questions.
Okay. Ms. Bembry? You had to wait a while, didn't you?
We've been busy.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to come and give you a report on Phase 2 of our occupational tax review project. In Phase 2, our tasks were to examine the assignment of Canton's tax classes to the NAICS codes, as well as providing a survey of local governments, methods, tax rates, and revenues, and then finally reviewing Canton's tax rate structure. In Phase 1, I was here in March and gave you a report, and we briefly discussed the profitability ratio method being one of the 4 methods of classification of taxation and the method that's adopted in Canton's occupational tax ordinance. When applying this method, it's recommended that finance perform a test called a profitability ratio analysis at least every other year to ensure that businesses are ranked in order of profitability and, in turn, complying with the profitability ratio method. So the IRS publishes business statistics annually that allow us to calculate profitability by business industry. And this is our basis for our profitability ratio analysis. So what we do is we take the listing of NAICS codes and we sort them by profitability, which is your light green column to the right. And then we added a little bit of color in Canton's tax classes, and you can clearly see that right now we're not currently ranked in order of profitability. So this was our first thing we wanted to address in phase 2. Using profitability ratio calculations and examination of existing patterns, I reassigned the tax classes in order of profitability. After testing multiple alternatives, the assignment you see here is what we settled on. The reason we recommend this version of the assignment is it provides a close to neutral revenue position for the city of a change of less than $1,000 and the smallest impact to businesses operating in the city. So now that we have tax classes and NAICS codes ranked in order of profitability, I turn my attention to reviewing Canton's tax rate structure itself. Reviewing the Canton tax rate structure, I observed in each of the 6 classes that we apply a larger rate to the smaller grossing businesses and a smaller rate to the larger grossing businesses. To illustrate this, I'm using your tax class 3 as it contains over half of the businesses operating in the city. So we add a little conditional formatting, and it's a more illustrative view that you can see the smallest grossing businesses are applied a rate just over 3 times larger than the highest grossing businesses. There are reasons an occupational tax structure would be set up this way, but in talking with finance and management, we don't believe Canton falls in one of those situations. And with already making revisions to your occupational tax, this is the ideal time to revise this structure and make it more fair and equitable to all the businesses operating in the city. So next I surveyed 19 local governments, found a wide variety of occupational tax methods used, over 16 methods in all, and noted the tax rates as well as the percentage of occupational tax revenue to the total general fund revenue. I tested almost 20 variations of rate structures in Canton and identified a structure that provides the smallest impact to businesses as well as a moderate increase to city revenues. The proposed tax rate structure provides a single rate for each of the tax classes, which significantly simplifies your tax rate structure. And remember that tax class is ranked in order of profitability. This proposal provides a positive revenue impact to the city of about $185,000 over 2019's estimated charges. However, the city is still only about 6.5% occupational tax revenue to total general fund revenue. A good rule of thumb is for cities to settle between 8 and 10%, depending on your diversification of revenue. The average of the comparable cities that I surveyed was 8%. So the city of Canton still, with this moderate increase, is falling on the lower end, actually below that typical threshold. Of course, we examined outliers, any businesses significantly impacted to the good or the bad, but we specifically focused on the negative impacts to ensure we weren't overburdening any specific industry or business. Out of the 903 businesses operating in the city, 122 we estimate would experience an increase of 10% or greater, and 133 of $100 or more. It's worth noting that these 122 and 133 businesses are not your mom and pop shops down the street. Due to the nature of the previous tax rate structure, almost any change we made to the structure itself would be beneficial to small businesses operating in the city. So to put this into perspective, of your 122 and 133 businesses, the smallest in terms of gross receipts that is seeing an increase of 10% or $100 or more, the gross receipts is $955,000 in small terms, so almost $1 million in gross receipts. So we're not affecting small businesses negatively here. Furthermore, I looked at the impact on those larger grossing businesses, because just because they're larger grossing doesn't mean we want to put an undue burden on them. So we looked at them to see where they would be in terms of taxation here in the city of Canton versus other cities. And as you'll see, Canton is the blue bar on each of the charts and falls right in line with the other municipalities and what they're charging these businesses. And then I apologize that this chart is not in your packet. I added it recently, but I just wanted another way to show the impact. So what you see here is the number of businesses grouped by the range of impact. So 529 businesses, over half of the city's businesses, will see a 0% change to a decrease of 50%. 5 businesses will see those larger increases, those larger grossing businesses. There's 5 of those that will see an increase from 50 to 62%. And then the highlight here to me is the 48 businesses. They're going to see a decrease of 100 to 157% in the occupational taxes they pay. And on top of that, 122 will see a decrease of 50 to 100%. So this is a good positive impact for those businesses. So finally, in closing, what you have here is the tax class assignment that's being proposed, as well as the tax rate structure that's being proposed. And I'd like to open the floor for any questions that I may be able to assist you with.
Any questions? Anybody understand that?
You don't mind if I say something? I think it's important to look at this, and if you'll see tax class 3.007, because this is significant, that we are simplifying that tax class 3. Look down the right side of the ratios. We're drastically simplifying our occupational tax structure. It used to be 0.0014 for the small business, 0.00044, a very low rate for the large businesses. Look at the middle. We're making one number now, 0.0007. So it simplifies. Instead of a business coming in and having to look at its gross revenue and say, where do I fall, 1 million to 1.2 million, now multiply it times this, all of those will be at one number. So we drastically simplified our occupational tax. And at that time, we're saving over half the businesses in the city of Canton, especially the smaller businesses, money.
Ms. McGrew, do you have something?
I'm good.
Okay, just check. Mr. Estes?
Can you go back to the bar graph? How can you have a rate go down more than 100%?
Well, we think at the time this was created, we were trying to entice larger retail box offices into the community. That's
all right.
That would be my guess.
That was good math. And then just for my clarification, so on this page here, so basically it's saying the aerospace industry should be making more profitability, or we should be making more?
Which slide? Okay.
The top
Yeah.
is,
So I'm looking at our number 1. Our
top
tax.
is the least profitable business in the highest
Okay,
profit.
so our least profitable should be more profitable, according to the industry? See the second from the bottom there?
Yeah, okay. See the numbers on the right?
Yep.
If it's a 4, we're taxing them higher than we are taxing a 2 or 1.
Yes.
So what you want to see here is sequential numbering.
Yes.
Instead of all those random numbers and all those different colors, you'd want to see tax class 1, 2, 3, and so on. That way, they're ranked in order of profitability. So your 5.173 profitability at the top there is taxed at a lower rate than your aerospace product that's at 5.67%.
And you have to remember here that we used to be under the old SIC codes.
Yeah.
And because of that, there were fewer classification groups. And so it would be basically up to us to determine where we thought that should fall. And sometimes things would get misassigned because you're dealing with a very limited amount of wiggle room.
Well, one thing also Ms. Bembry brought up, and I agree, is that we should be reevaluating this structure every couple of years, because the IRS supplies this every year. After they receive all the tax returns from all the businesses, they provide, this is from the IRS, just one of, I don't know how many pages long it is, it's 100.
So the IRS supplies the margin of profitability,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, the standard industry classification, where do they get theirs from?
They don't even do it anymore.
The standard industry is gone. NAICS.
So they do it by the NAICS now? Okay.
And because ours had not been revised, so to speak, a typewriter store may have been very profitable at one point, but it's not a very profitable industry anymore.
So once again, right now, we have six. This is just one class. We have 6 of those. And each class is split up into all these different groups. We're simplifying those to just one per class.
Can you tell me which industry is going to get the greatest impact on this as far as an increase? What type of industry?
It'll be the large retail boxes. But matter of fact, I think Walmart.
That last chart, yep. Your top 5.
Okay.
And so
Those top 5 businesses impact are going to be your big box retail, Walmart, Target, Quick Trip, TJ Maxx, and Atlanta.
So how much more will Walmart pay for their business license?
I believe it was about 20 to 30,000.
Yeah. But that's the
20
reason.
or 30,000?
Yes. But that's the reason Ms. Bembry looked at the surrounding areas and said, is that out of the norm? And when we looked at Home Depot and all of these businesses, we found out, no, that we're still, even after that, we're still in line with surrounding areas.
So what are they paying now? If they're getting a 20,000 increase, is that
Walmart, $25,000, $30,000, and it's going up.
so? It'll more than double or so.
Correct.
There was a large.
Somebody will pick up on that, probably.
But you've also got to remember that those larger businesses are going to be utilizing a lot more of your services and putting more of a burden on your infrastructure than your mom and pop. So it's logical that those businesses would pay more for that cost of services than one of your smaller businesses. So it's really making that more fair. And
But they're paying a lot more property tax, too.
Well, I can tell you from a service standpoint, we spend a lot of time at the big box from public safety side.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you very
time.
much. Next item. Discussion proposed municipal fee schedule for the city of Canton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you, Mr. Weaver, for bringing those to my attention. I'll certainly address that one with the alcohol permit renewal. But the charter states that the chief financial officer is to maintain a whole set of fee schedules for the city. Somebody should be able to call me. And I have, over the time, I've had different documents that I've pulled from when asked. One of the things I wanted to do is compile everything into a document that is easy to hand out to citizens, customers, taxpayers, businesses that say, here's our set of schedules. Furthermore, this document will be renewed each year. I've spoken with Mr. Peppers, and we think it's a good time of the year during the budget process to bring this to council and say, approve this. Here's any suggested changes that we need to make. Does council approve that? And then we can incorporate it as essentially as a part of the document, and we can review it.
Are these our current fees?
Those are our current fees, with the exception of some of the items that are highlighted in yellow.
Yeah, okay.
Are those that proposed to be higher, lower, changed? The highlighted ones?
Yes, some of those are lower, some of those are high.
So they reflect a change, the highlighted ones?
Pardon?
Highlighted areas reflect some sort of change?
Yes, there's some sort of change. Now, without getting too far in the weeds, I would propose, if council has any objection to some of those changes, there's just a few of those that we could evaluate this during the budget process. And we could just maintain our charges, our fees and charges as they are right now. But we did see some discrepancy, as Mr. Hatabian mentioned. He's actually reduced a few of the changes, like one of the planner, the as-bills. He said there's no need for any charges on as-bills, because as-bills, to get those electronically, we want those electronically right now, so we don't need to have fees associated with that. So there were a few fees that we reduced to zero or reduced them altogether, and there were a few fees that we needed to increase. And I might add, I think Mr. Tabey shared with me earlier that it was a little late in getting onto your presentation that he does a lot of plan reviews over and over and over again. And I know he's requested that we address those and have some resubmittal fees, resubmittal charges. So if council is receptive to seeing those changes, and I'll be more than happy I can send out to each of y'all what was and what we're proposing, make a summary of those changes. If council's receptive to that, I could send that out over the next couple of days.
If you wanted to just send out the ones that have changed.
Yes, sir.
As opposed, no, you don't need to send out the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll make a list of just the ones that we're proposing to change.
Before and after.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where there's changes. Sure. Yeah, it's good.
And I would just make one comment based on something that came up in public input on the municipal court fines. Most of the fines that are in there that are over $1,000 are actual state charges where we are hearing the case in our municipal court. And so the fine is related to the state charge, like a drug charge or a DUI charge, multiple DUIs, what have you. So we're using the state fine in that instance in our own court.
There's certain statutes. There's certain statutes that allow us to charge more than $1,000.
So there wouldn't be a cap. Would not be a
Well,
$1,000
no,
cap.
some of them are. It's just more than 1,000. DUI, DUI, for instance, allows us to charge $1,200.
A second offense or third offense.
They have a specific fine allowed in state law, and then specifically allows municipalities to charge it. I would want to make sure, but I believe that those amounts on that list include the surcharges. So it may be more than 1,000 because the surcharges are on top of that.
Okay.
Because that's just the amount they tell the defendant to pay. They don't say, oh, you're paying 800 plus. So.
Okay.
I'll provide that. Thank you.
Next item, discussion of the City of Canton Municipal Court Governmental Probation Agreement. I've been waiting for this, and I got some real good questions on that.
Oh, Mayor, it's too late for that now. It's past my bedtime. So we're asking for y'all to agree or approve our agreement for the probation.
Sounds good. Next item.
Agreeing with ourselves.
I think we discussed that.
I'm in, thank you.
This is what you've discussed in the past. Is it the same thing?
It is. We just need your signature.
Right.
Okay.
The state just requires it to be in writing, even though you're doing it yourself.
Okay. Now, this can be acted on at the next meeting?
Sure.
Is that right? Okay. Anybody have any other questions about that one?
Very
She's
clear.
she's got another item, too.
I think I remembered that there was substantial savings going with this.
Yes, ma'am. We will be actually, instead of Georgia probation collecting $41 a month, we will be collecting that money now.
And we have, just so you know, we have that employee already hired to do probation management for us, but there's certain things we have to do to set up the probation program, and we wanted that employee to be on board and help us through that process so they would understand, why we set things up a certain way.
Mm-hmm. And she had, whoever had to be hired first for us to set up the agreement, because she had to have so many qualifications for us to even get approved.
Next item. Yeah, it's a name change only?
Yes, sir.
Change the name of the company?
Yes,
that
sir.
we're going to be dealing with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about that? Anybody? Anybody? Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's a good job, by the way. Good job.
Good night.
Thank you. Next item, discussion of request to hear appeal of Board of Zoning Appeals decision for case 1909-001, Mondo Land Planning to allow 5-foot landscape strip at periphery of parking lot instead of the required 10 feet. Mr. Patton.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, council members, Board of Zoning Appeals conducted a public hearing in regards to this variance application. The Board of Zoning Appeals denied the request in accordance with our Unified Development Code. the applicant, Mondo Land Planning, on behalf of their client, Latimer Construction, is requesting City Council consider hearing an appeal of the BZA decision. Because of time constraints with legal advertisements, I know you'll formally make a decision in 2 weeks, but if there's a preponderance of council that is in agreement to hear the appeal, if I could see a nod of heads so I can get the legal advertisement to the newspaper and comply with state law to move this forward instead of having to wait until January.
I think this process ought to be you vote the first time it comes. Go ahead and vote. Don't, because if you go advertise, we got to have to. You got to do it. So.
Like authority to do it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the decision is whether to take the appeal or not.
Yeah.
So motion to take the appeal.
Yeah.
Second.
Mr. Estes made the motion. Mr. Young seconded the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All members voting for the motion. Okay.
We'll get it advertised and bring to council next month.
Next month. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, Wes.
All right. Next item. Discussion and recommendation of Planning Commission to study traffic flow patterns around Canton Park.
Thank you, Mayor. So last month, Mr. Richard Kemp presented the reconfiguration of the downtown parking area around Canton Park. And there were a couple of concerns that were brought up from City Council regarding the cost, the loss of parking spaces, and then also the need for a traffic study. So I did look into that as well as some other concerns that staff has. Regarding the concerns about the loss of parking spaces, I did do a cost estimate removing all of the landscape islands, which would leave the same amount of parking spaces, and the cost estimate came up to $30,000. If you wanted to leave in the landscape islands, you do lose probably 2 to 6 parking spaces among both sides of Canton Park, and the cost estimate would still stay around the $30,000. As far as the traffic study goes, there was a traffic study that was conducted in 2014 for this exact issue. I gave you all a copy of that. I don't see that another study would need to be completed because most of the items aren't anything that would have changed from then to now. You could update the traffic counts, but it's actually shown that GDOT has shown a decrease in traffic around the downtown area between 2013 and 2018. The other item that is the major concern for me is that the Jones building, the back of the building, does create a sight distance issue. In order to adequately see, you would have to pull up through the into the pedestrian crosswalk to be able to see down North Street to see if a car is coming. That first parking spot should be eliminated to help with that issue, but it still would be an issue. The other small concern would be with the backup of traffic that could happen when the red light on Main Street and at Church Street is red for Main Street. Traffic coming through the parking lot could get stopped there, but the light is always green for Main Street until a car comes up to the Church Street red light. I'd be happy to answer any more questions that you may have about anything else or concerns.
Mr. Estes?
Just a quick comment that we have the same issue by Panera, right, where you have to go
You have to go.
So it's
Yeah.
noted, but not really a
Noted, but
uncommon occurrence, right?
it is very common, especially in the downtown area where buildings are up against the sidewalks.
Right. Yep.
Anyone else? So let me ask you, is it your opinion that changing that would not necessarily provide a significant improvement to the flow of traffic in town? over its existing, the way it exists?
I don't see it being a significant issue to have a car have to go drive, 500 more feet down the road or another quarter mile down the road to go around. It does make sense that to get to the parking deck more easily or to City Hall more easily, that people coming down North Street could turn onto that side street next to Cannon Park without having to go around the world. But I don't see it as a significant improvement.
Okay. Anybody else?
I would just comment that I remember the time when it was that way, and I remember every time we would go down, it made it so much easier to circle around the park. It seemed to flow so much better than it does now. Just to me, is my observation, having seen it done both ways.
Yeah, I would agree, but also that was two-way street then too. I don't know if that would have made a difference, Main and North Main were two-way.
I don't remember the streets being two-way.
Yeah, well, I do. I can show you in my annual.
I know they did it one time, but that was before my time.
But
Hey,
if
I'm
we,
not
if
that
we,
much older
if
than
we
you.
changed it this way, it would make it more accessible to the parking deck, the proposed parking deck, right?
I mean,
Well,
ultimately, if you want to make it,
Depends.
if you want to make it accessible, you take the gazebo out and you'd have Church Street go all the way through like it used to. That's the ultimate way to improve traffic.
Yeah.
But, at that point, you're going to be sacrificing a park, for traffic, and that's fine. But, downtowns typically set their priorities. And so if your priority is to have a green space and a space for people to have events and to have
And
parking.
besides, we got that big Christmas tree.
That's it.
We wouldn't have any place to put it in.
We just have to shift it to one side of the road or the other.
Right. I like it.
Yeah. Keep it.
So what do you want to do? You want to spend
You like
$30,000?
I like the reversing of the way the traffic flows.
I think at one time, though, seemed like there was an issue of coming out there when you were going at the water authority. Now, when it was turned the other way, you had an issue like when the light was red or green and you couldn't see back to the right. I think one of the ideas was you're going to lose at one or two of those parking spaces there in front of the water authority in order to be able to see back to the right and know whether you can shoot across two lanes to come down to the parking deck.
Yeah. At that intersection, you don't have the same problem with the building being an issue. I mean, you have the same problem backing out in all of downtown because you can't see to back out. It would be sort of the same issue of a big car. Small cars parked there, it's not going to be a big deal. But these big trucks come in and park right there, you're going to have an issue.
Personally, one's just as good to me as the other, but I have no objection either way there. I mean, if we want to spend $30,000 to reverse it, we can do it. Okay, I guess we make that decision in 2 weeks, right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Discussion and update on on-street parking ordinance.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give a quick update. We had talked about this at the work session last month. The gentleman from River Green had expressed concerns with the parking on street, and so I have talked to multiple HOAs, and they have requested to be able to speak to their neighbors at the next HOA meeting. So I don't have most of it has been positive, but I don't have full comments from all HOAs at this time. So I just wanted to let you know that I am moving forward with it. I just haven't gotten the full report together.
Now, let me ask, I don't know, did we talk about maybe contacting or something each of the homeowners associations of 3 or 4, including Prominence, Great Sky, Laurel Canyon, River Green, Homeowners Association, and asking them for any of their input. I mean, to me, that would sort of make sense. What do you think? And also, of course, if they have covenants, they could have covenants against parking on the street. That really, and I guess they certainly could enforce those. I don't know how they enforce something off of the property, but I think they could penalize that property owner if they knew that they were violating those covenants.
Yes.
I just don't know how, I don't know how we're going, where we have some situations where there are not adequate parking on the property. We have allowed some developments to develop where you could barely get 2 cars if you had one in the garage and the other one, on the driveway almost sticks out in the street. And yet they got 3 kids and, 2 dogs and everything else, and they got to have other places to park cars, I don't know how we do that. I think that's something we probably need to look at in future development requirements as to, parking, because you have a family of 4 move into one of the small houses that you really can't park with 2 cars there. They're going to park on that street. And maybe we won't. And I'm not sure that's really what we want, but.
Well, some of the question is what you're defining as parking, because, the concern came up about River Green Avenue, for instance, and, the homes that are in that section that have their driveways off of River Green Avenue have driveways that and properties that are built to hold multiple cars. Mm-hmm. So, if they've got somebody that's parking in the road, it's likely because they have a special event house, or they have a contractor who's not allowed to park in a driveway by their own regulations, or they're getting a delivery and they're parked in the road. And, that's more of a temporary issue that we're trying to come up with a major solution to. Whereas in the neighborhoods you talk about where, they're not parking in their driveways or they're not parking in their garage because their garage is full of stuff.
Yeah.
They're parking in the driveway, and then they've got the extra cars parked out on the road. That is a permanent problem. Mm-hmm. And in many of those neighborhoods, they don't have the HOA or the covenants to control it. And what we get to is we are trying to identify if it becomes a public safety issue, can we get a vehicle through there? Can we get a fire truck through there? Are they blocking other people's driveways or sidewalks? And so we're trying to enforce them as far as we can. But ultimately, that is a development that's been approved that doesn't provide adequate parking for the type of user for the home. So I agree that's something we can improve in the development code so we don't have that issue moving forward. But I would be wary about setting a citywide policy when that issue doesn't exist citywide.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty difficult to do. On some of these subdivisions in the future, even if we were to approve those small ones, maybe we should also require a parking lot within 1 or 2 within that development for extra overflow of vehicles at homes. Got to have somewhere to put them. If we're going to do the smaller, either that or just not do those, or make them have a lot big enough to have adequate parking for, 4 cars or something.
So what you're saying, Billy, is like if we make a policy about not parking on the street in some areas, then that area over off East Main Street, where there is no parking in the yards and they have to park in the street. Yeah. We're saying one group can't park in the street, but they can?
Well, so the city tried to solve Teasley Street at one point.
Right.
And I'm sorry,
Chrysler.
And the decision was, we'll make it one way, and we can just allow people to park on one side of the street. And the neighborhood was in an uproar because then that changed their traffic pattern.
That's right.
Well,
but
there's going to be a sacrifice one way or the other. You're either going to sacrifice your traffic pattern, or you're going to sacrifice your ability to easily get through because of the way people park.
And it is, we've had people come to us before on Chrysler Street. It is real dangerous. But where are they going to park?
ultimately, a lot of the houses in those areas were built prior to cars, and
That's right. And there
wasn't a
place for 'em to park.
consideration of having, a 24-foot road and, and all that. So.
Okay, we got that one solved. What's the next? Anybody else on that?
Are we kicking that can?
I think we are.
One to know.
Are we waiting,
Yes,
are we
it
going to
really
have the HOAs to report?
Well,
to
so I look at parking on the streets the way I look at neighborhoods that want to talk to us about speed bumps, for instance. I almost feel like it's got to come from the neighborhood and the HOA to let us know that this is a significant issue that they have all bought into for the city to consider it. Because if it's not, you're going to make some folks happy only hearing from a small.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I think you need to hear from the HOA, but it's going to be a tough issue any way you do it, because how can the police enforce parking in River Green and not in Chrysler Street? I don't know how we could do an ordinance unless we specifically targeted areas. I don't know if you can do that or not. I guess you could, where there's issues, serious issues, safety issues. Maybe we could target that and say, okay, this development, the homeowners association really want no on-street parking. Then maybe we could say, okay, then our ordinance could target that one and maybe any other that they add. If we could do that or not.
I've done some research on other jurisdictions that have done similar, and they have restricted parking between like a certain address and another address, so that in those areas of concern where there's a sharp curve or a hill, that people do not park in those areas. And so that's one option that we could look at as well.
I think the city really should only do it if it's a public safety issue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the city's concern. If there's so many cars that the emergency vehicles can't get through, then you're going to have to do something. Otherwise, you ought to do it upon request.
Otherwise, y'all do what?
Upon request. If some
Upon
neighborhood
request.
comes and convinces you that they all want to do it and they have a good reason.
Well, we
Try to
have-
do a blanket, can't park on the city streets just isn't going to
But
work.
you're saying the request needs to come from the HOA and not just from an individual, right?
Well, that's right. Otherwise, you're going to wade into.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't there already, you can't block traffic. So, I mean, we already have ordinances to prohibit. State law. So. Right.
Ms. McGriff?
Well, other than serious safety issues, I think the HOA should govern their own parking. Our police department's pretty busy with actual crime.
Yeah. I think they can. I
so-
think they can if they have covenants, but I'm not sure they can enforce anything on a public street. Can they?
Going forward, any developments that we approve possibly should have our instructions to make a parking policy and look at site distance. But I think it should be case by case and brought to us by petition by a certain percentage of this development. Should I confer with my lawyer again?
Probably.
However y'all want to do it. I mean, one thing about the covenants is it is very difficult to enforce a covenant of prohibiting parking. Because you get into what is parking. Is it if somebody parks there for 3 hours, if they park overnight, are they parking? I mean, it's just very difficult.
You mean for the homeowners to enforce it?
Correct. Through a
But if
covenant.
the HOA makes that rule, it's their job to enforce it.
Yeah, it would be their job, in my opinion, no matter how they did it.
Well, they put a lien on the property, or, you know, they
Yeah,
have.
fine. They can, I guess, issue fines or something. Yeah.
You get a letter.
Get a letter. Oh, yeah, definitely a letter.
I know one way you stop it, if they're parking where they're not supposed to park, so the emergency vehicles can get through, just run over them one time and they won't park there anymore. Believe me, we had that issue at Reinhardt and we ran over a whole bunch of cars and we didn't have that issue ever again.
That is the Methodist way of doing things.
It's getting late. It's getting late.
Yeah, it is. Frank Reynolds.
Why don't you, if you don't mind, just kind of, if you could consult with some or make a list of some of the HOA presidents and ask them, to provide some input. And then we know what their thoughts are. Some of them may want some street parking, Some of them may not, We think, no, some of them don't. And yet, we need to be able to go back. If we go and tow somebody's car off, we need to be able to tell them, you need to talk to your homeowners. They're the one that pursued us passing an ordinance against this. You need to talk to them because we thought the majority of your homeowners in here wanted that done.
Yeah.
You need to talk to them and tell them to back up, and we'll do the same thing.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not very clear, but.
No,
I just hesitate to pass an ordinance that our police officers don't have time to enforce.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, next one. Discussion of street acceptance of streets in Laurel Canyon Pod 5, Longleaf Phase 6. I assume they meet all the requirements for acceptance.
Yes, sir.
Any questions on that one? Okay.
Consent agenda.
Yeah, that's a good place for that one. Item K, discussion of update on Keeter Road and Village Drive, Holly Mill Village Drive project.
So I'll make this pretty brief since it's so late. We had a request from Holly Mill subdivision as well as Station at Prominence to look at Keeter Road. There's speeding issues and there's not an ability for the Station at Prominence citizens to cross the street safely. Long story short, we have determined that a crosswalk can be placed at that intersection between Station at Prominence and Holly Mill Village Drive. So I will be working with Public Works on that intersection.
So we're really go ahead and put a crosswalk there and
yes,
adequate signage.
I did a stop sign study to see if it was warranted, and it just didn't. The numbers just didn't work out for a stop sign.
Both of those developments share an amenity, and the
Yes.
amenity's on one side of the road, and
Yeah.
so the residents want to be able to cross the road to get to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. We don't need to do anything with that.
No, I just
Okay.
was letting you know.
Okay. Okay, item L, discussion of certified city of ethics renewal, and this is attached there. This is something what GMA recommends to be done. It's pretty vague. I know we had a work session, quite a lengthy one on that, and I'm not sure we got beyond that too far. But this is something that gets you a certificate, and it sounds good. That's about the size of the strength of it, actually. So is there any objection to going ahead and renewing that through GMA? I mean, that really wouldn't change any thoughts or anything we have or anything the council might do in the near future regarding updating our own ordinance. Okay, all right. Next item, discussion of the renegotiation of intergovernmental agreement for Cherokee County to conduct elections in the city. And also, oh no, that's not your report yet. On your report, you're going to add the SDS.
That's right.
Okay.
So if you recall, we basically update an agreement with the elections office on a routine basis. This agreement is at a higher rate because basically they've got the new technology coming in with elections. We don't have the final cost yet on our election that we just held, but it'll be a substantial cost. Elections are going to cost us between, my guess is $15,000 to $20,000 per election, and when your turnout is low, for instance, that's not so great. So we do know that we have an open seat, so when council calls for that election, it likely will be placed on the March 24th presidential preference primary because that's one of the special election dates. We'll be sharing that election again with a statewide election. And so because of that, the cost could come down a little bit. We did ask Ms. Stancil if she wanted to send a representative here to go over the changes in the contract, and she basically said it was self-explanatory. And so we just put it in the packet for you. I will note that, right now the way we handle our elections is that we utilize the existing election precincts. And so, for instance, on election night this time, we had 6 precincts that we were pulling folks from. A large number of voters use advance and early voting in one location. I'm not so sure that if we wanted to do our own election, that we would see a significant change up or down in the number of voters. We probably would see a significant change in the cost of the election. There are still some local governments in the state of Georgia that do their own municipal elections. They still use paper ballots. They do them all in-house. They still meet all of the criteria for advanced and early voting, so they just do them themselves. I don't know that we're set up to do that in March from a training standpoint and a staffing standpoint, but, if elections are going to continue to cost $20,000 a pop, that might be something to consider. Additionally, my biggest concern with the way the election agreements have worked in the past is that when we have a shared election with the county, we pay 50% of the cost of the precinct, even if we don't have 50% of the people voting at that precinct. So some of our precincts, Univetter is a great example. We have voters there, but it is a very small precinct of city voters compared to the number of voters that vote at that location, but we pay 50% of the cost. Likewise, we do benefit sometimes. RT Jones is fully within the city limits as a precinct. If we're only paying 50% of the cost there, we're probably getting a little bit of savings there. But ultimately, if there's more than a city issue on the ballot, the county has to provide that service anyways. And so I know, at least from my standpoint, and even some of the other cities, there have been concerns about how that whole contract works because, for instance, when we did the brunch bill, that was on a ballot that included the governor's race and included statewide races and congressional races, and we still paid 50% of the cost even though we had one item on the ballot compared to everything else that was on the ballot for other things. So, I hope that you'll look over the agreement in the next couple of weeks and bring me back your ideas, because just because this is what's been proposed by the Board of Elections doesn't mean it's an agreement that's necessarily fair to both sides. And maybe we should provide more comment to them. Any questions on that?
That's reasonable.
Thank you.
I had one question come up when we're speaking about elections, and this is something for, I guess, Mr. Dyer to research. I was told by several people that there are 2 different things in our ordinance relating to plurality versus majority.
Yes.
And I guess that's something we need to research and get corrected so that we're matching in both places. It was just an issue that came up when we're talking about elections, so I thought I'd mention it.
So we would need to fix that. The way that I have viewed that is the one that says it's plurality was added in the 2005 charter change, which was not passed by the legislature. So in 2005, they could not have made a change to the election procedures by home rule. So I think that the plurality one is invalid. But we do have inconsistencies, and it needs to be fixed.
So the plurality was added after the majority.
Right, the majority's always been there.
Right.
The plurality one
was added. I'm the one that found it because I thought it was plurality.
Because, no, it's a very clear statement. The majority is somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it was added in the 2005 charter.
But since then, I think I found something that said all municipal elections must be majority. Somewhere, I read that.
There's very possibly a state law on it, yes.
I think there is a state law that says that municipal elections are majority.
I I think there are still some cities.
Well,
so for
Well,
instance, in
it
Rome,
may,
where they
there
have
may
the-
be a state law that says if you adopt a new charter, it has to be.
Right.
But no, there's still, I mean, Nelson just did an election, they're still, top 3 win. So it's not a majority.
I know
But we
Rome's
certainly
commission
need,
is
you
that
know,
way.
I think it may be if you run for, if it's an identifiable seat, it may have to be a majority as
well, I
opposed to.
read it somewhere, but I agree with Ferris. I think that contradictory charter, whatever they are, one of them needs to be taken out.
Whenever you decide to pick up the charter, there's probably lots of things we could clean up.
But that would have to go through the legislature to be corrected,
Yeah,
right?
we would want to go have them adopt.
Because it has to do with election.
We're probably ready to re-adopt a charter.
We really do.
Let me ask you a question. We don't have a choice but to call that election in March, right? I mean, it's not like you got a choice, right? Now.
The charter just says you can call an election. Then the
so
dates
you
are
mean-
prescribed. So if you didn't call it in March,
So it could be in March, or it could be in July, or it could be in November?
there's 4 dates, yeah. There's the presidential primary, there's the general primary, then there's the election.
So it doesn't
3
say
days, 3 days.
you are to call it at the next available election?
No.
Interesting.
The charter
So it used to say you had to call it within not more than 60 or less than 45 days from the date of a vacancy occurring. I mean, you didn't have a choice. You had to call a special election at that time.
Yeah, our charter doesn't, it sort of, I think presupposes that you're doing that, but it doesn't say that.
There's 4 dates in an even year, and there's 3 dates in an odd year.
So you could really have a vacancy for a year or more.
Well, so I know that there are some communities that will hold on to a vacancy because the cost of the election may cost more than the citizens
smaller
are even
cities do that.
willing to pay, and it's harder to get people to run. So they just hold it until they can either appoint or until the next regular election cycle.
Our charter says that you shall call election, but it doesn't say when. I think it does use the
Well,
word
that doesn't
shall.
mean much, does it?
No.
I mean, it doesn't say very much. You shall call an election, but they don't tell you when. That's useless, you know. All right. Like a lot of stuff here. Okay. Your report.
Yes, under my report, the first item I wanted to bring to you is about the library. If you'll recall, last month we were authorized to do a budget amendment for the library for $20,000. I reached out to the library and I said, we're willing to do that, but we need an MOU with you on the funding, and you need to tell us what we're getting for the $20,000 so we're in compliance. They responded back. I've given you a copy of this. They filled in what is shown as number 2 on there, which says that all sums received by their organization from the city shall be expended by the end of next fiscal year and solely for the benefit of city residents and only for additional staff and utilities required to add Sunday afternoon hours 2 to 6. I read that to mean that they're willing to open on Sundays from 2 to 6 and that the money we're spending is to pay for the staff necessary to open from 2 to 6. On the back, you'll see a spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet calculates out how our money is to be spent. First and foremost, in the email from them is the fact that they are going to need to hire part-time employees to work those additional hours. They don't think they will get those employees in place and be able to start the additional hours until January. So at that point, we're not doing a full year worth of service. We're doing 3/4 of a year worth of service. So that's one thing to note. Second thing to note is I don't necessarily have a problem with the way they handled utilities. They've just taken the total number of hours they're open a week and divided their utility bill by that number of hours and allocated for 4 hours on Sunday. Makes sense. But I reached back out because I had a question about the way they're handling staffing. They show staff at $9.50 an hour, and then, of course, there's some additional benefit costs there, which I understand. But when you
read this, it breaks down to an average of 17 hours a week for each of those staff people, but we're only asking them to open for 4 hours, so total of 8. So instead of $18,000 worth of staff cost, we should be looking more at like $6,000 or $7,000 worth of staff cost. And I reached out about that, and the explanation I got was that they did not feel like they could find somebody who would be willing to take a part-time job for 4 hours on Sunday. They felt like they needed 17 hours per part-time employee, and the city should just pay that. Completely up to y'all to do what you want, but I wanted to lay that information out to you. It's kind of a, I kind of feel bad because we're getting a $20,000 bill, which would equate to a year's worth of service, but we're only going to get 3/4 of the year of service for that $20,000, and we're paying for 13 hours per employee for 2 employees that aren't associated with the extra 4 hours of service that we're asking for.
You know, when we agreed to make the contribution to the library, I don't think it was tied to Sunday opening. It was a contribution to the library.
And so when we reached out, we said, in number 2 on this agreement, you just need to tell us what specific services you are providing city residents in exchange for this money. They have tied all of this to Sunday hours, and the math just doesn't work. Now, I'm happy to send it back and say, we understand the math on Sunday hours, but tell us what other services we're getting for this $20,000. But they were pretty clear in the email that for $20,000, we're getting Sunday hours.
Maybe we should, if that's the way it is, maybe we should send it to them. I mean, maybe we could tell them when they hire somebody, we'll send them the money. I was under the impression that it wasn't tied at all to Sunday, to just the Sunday opening, that it was our contribution to the library, which is what we had always given them.
That's what it's always been.
We had always given them $20,000.
But Joe, I think your motion, not yours, the motion included a requirement that we know what we were getting for it. So I think it was just Mr. Peppers that asked, describe what, and that's what they came back with.
Okay. That was part of the motion that they opened on Sunday, but I didn't realize that it was tied only to that.
I don't think it was specific to Sunday. I think it was just that
that was our contribution.
We would make the contribution, but we would want to know what the city benefited from.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're comfortable, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of the whole situation because I do take it back to that whole argument on service delivery. It is a countywide service, and if we're going to contribute to it, they need to tell us what supplemental thing we're getting for that service so that it's clear 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if we decide we don't want to participate, what that might impact that we were receiving service for those funds.
Can you take what they have sent and actually calculate what they're saying would benefit, how much of that would benefit the city and how much of it would be going to be paid for something else of the $20,000?
We did a rough number, and for a whole year, it should be about $8,000 just for Sunday hours. But like I said, I was trying to give them an out. Tell me what other services you're giving us. If you're doing special activities here, that's fine. Maybe it's just wordsmithing they need to do in the document. But they specifically said, we're giving you Sunday hours, and we're only using the money for Sunday hours, but the spreadsheet doesn't show that.
But the spreadsheet, how much does it show we're benefiting? More than $8,000, right?
It shows that we're paying $20,000.
Huh?
It shows that we're paying them $20,000, but there's only $8,000 associated with Sunday hours.
Okay, well, how does the other $12,000 benefit the city?
That's what we don't know.
That's what we don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
You can't tell from this, right?
No.
Send them $8,000 and tell them they're open on Sunday. And we just need to know, give us a breakdown of where the other 12 is going to go to benefit us. I think that's what we're asking for is, we're supposed to have an agreement, and maybe Maybe the other 12 goes to Monday through Friday serving the city. I don't know.
Well, I mean, to me, the simplest thing would have been to say, look, you know, these other 26 hours that we're putting into the staff, they're going to work on city programs. Okay. Give us something, you know, anything.
Give some out. How about just a board seat? It could just be the right to have somebody on the board.
We already do, don't we?
Well, my suspicion is that that's how it all started. The city would make a contribution and you get a board seat. And somewhere over time, it's just been lost.
I agree.
That connection's been lost.
That's a requirement now, though, isn't
It
it?
is a requirement if you make a contribution to a library, they're supposed to have a board
Which is
seat
why I
for
think that's really what it's always been about.
But there's no specified amount of a
you. So, I mean, we could just amend that section to say any additional funds are utilized for having a seat on the board.
Because that theoretically you get a say, and your city representative could make sure that the library was doing things that benefit the city. It's kind of hard to even figure out how the library benefits the city as opposed to everybody, countywide.
We're part of everybody.
Right.
And we're paying that through our property tax to the county too. So they're using that tax money to support that library, and then we're supplementing that even more. So our taxpayers are essentially paying twice, right?
Which is your choice.
Which is a choice.
And so the idea is,
Because I live in the city,
the idea is, what are you getting for it?
Yeah, I
You're
pay city
choosing to
taxes
do
in
it.
I pay county taxes and city taxes because I choose to live in the city. I'm double taxed.
Well, I'm just talking about, it's your choice to pay the money to the library. And so what you had voted was to find out what the city's getting for that.
I think that's what Billy was saying. They need to tell us what we're getting.
They did, and they say it's Sunday hours.
And what I'm saying is, it's fine. I just want you to realize that, you know, the logic behind what we're paying for is, you know, 3 times as much as it actually costs to provide that service.
They've told us what we're getting for $8,000.
Correct.
But they haven't told us what we're getting for the rest of the 20.
Well, no, we're getting staff hours. We just don't know what it's for. I mean, that's why, if they would just change the wording to say additional staff, it says expended by September 30th, 2020, and solely for the benefit of city residents. Well, it can't be solely for the benefit of city residents. If anybody can come in on Sundays, if the staff hours are being spent on anything, you know, I think they've tried to think through service delivery, and they've made it even more complex. But
I had a conversation with the director this week, and I said, you know, when you get the check, we're expecting you to be open right away. And she said, we're getting ready to open on Sunday right away.
I'm just letting you know the email from her said January.
I know.
So
maybe I need to have another conversation.
Are they only paying the people that work there $9.50 an hour? That's not very much.
well, I mean, so that's where I go back to, you know, if you're only going to be open for 4 hours, why don't you just pay them $20 an hour? I bet somebody will work for $20 an hour for 4 hours on a Sunday. You have decided that you need 17 hours at $9.50 an hour to hire somebody, but I'm sure there's a librarian with a school district. I'll take $80 to work on Sunday, and that's. But then we're getting into management decisions, and you know, I go back to you're open 2 nights a week, 2 hours extra. Why don't you just move those hours to Sunday? Keep all your nighttime out. I mean, but that's again a management decision. You know, ultimately, our board members should be asking those questions. So, I'm not trying to be mean to the library.
So it's up to our board member to negotiate with the library about how they're going to spend the $20,000, right?
That's what I would suggest. That your board member should be the one saying, you know, the city's contributing $20,000, and this is what I think the city ought to get.
Right.
Well, except for we have to put it in an agreement. You can't leave it up to the board member. There needs to be an agreement. Maybe we should just describe what we're doing.
That's what I suggest. I really suggest we describe what we want out of it and send it to them and say, this is what we would like to see happen. And be reasonable about the cost versus the amount of money that we're sending.
if you will send me your ideas of what you would like included in that, we'll get it together and put it on the agenda for the next. We can send a version back to them.
So they're saying they'll be open how many hours on Sunday?
4, 2
For
to 6.
8,000? Tell them to stay open 8 hours, and we'll give them the 20,000.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't that work? Pretty. We don't want them to work 10 hours. I mean, 8 hours is enough. I mean, why wouldn't they do that? I mean, probably because there won't be that many people coming in there. I hate to say it. I can't. I really like to see the traffic flow that they have on a daily basis there. I know they serve a lot of people, but you know.
Well, the decision to close on Sunday was based on Sunday being their least used date.
Maybe we should fund the sewing machines. Don't they have sewing machines there?
Well, I mean, it's like with others. Just tell us what piece of equipment you're buying this year that we might. I mean, there's lots of creative ways to deal with this. You know. We'll bring something back. Okay. Who wants to talk about service delivery? You wanted to
Yeah,
speak.
my only point here was, could you just give us an update of where we're at today? I know the last time we talked about, we submitted the 68 Form 2s.
That's correct. So the 5 cities that it would take to sign service delivery all agreed to the Form 2s that we gave you a table of contents on. And so that packet was delivered to the county clerk, I believe it was on October 29th. And so the county's in receipt of those. We fell out of qualified local government status on November 1st. I will tell you, we are not the only county that's facing that right now. Gwinnett County's going through it. Lowndes County, Valdosta's going through it. I believe Whitfield County's going through it. It's not it's not something that doesn't occur often. Having said that, I do know that at least the county has reviewed them, because I believe the county commissioner sent out in an email to his constituency that they felt like the cities were more reasonable in their ask. They still don't think there's things that they can agree to. But, you know, I think we've at least started the dialogue of, instead of let's tackling the things we disagree to, let's tackle all the things we agree to first and see where we're still at. So, you know, really the situation we get into is, while we were trying to negotiate between the last extension and the discussion of mediation, we had a couple of county elected officials and city staff working on that. Well, city staff don't get to vote, and those couple county elected officials don't represent the whole county. And so you either need to have it be a full staff discussion, all the staff agrees to it and then proposes it back to their elected officials, or it needs to be a discussion among the elected officials that they take back and sell to their own groups. It can't necessarily be staff versus elected officials. So, I mean, that's the part of the process that we really need the guidance on. Do the elected officials want to be involved in the discussion, or do you want the staff involved? And if the staff are going to be involved, then we need to make sure the county staff is involved, not the county's elected officials. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And I think, I'm definitely sensitive to that part of the process. And I think, the feedback I've received from other cities is that, the commissioners who are involved are involved. And so I think it is up to, the council members to, participate more. And I mean, I'd look across and just see if there were others that would want to participate, at least reach out, continue the dialogue. And get to that point that you're saying. I think we all said at the beginning, the goal was transparency. And so transparency has turned into other things, and other things have been added. And I think we just start, really looking, so personally for me, looking for, just a kind of the momentum to continue. That we've kind of struggled. I think you've done a great job working with your peers to create the 68 Form 2s, and so now it really comes down to sitting down and saying, all right, let's put them in 3 piles. Yes, we agree. Absolutely no, or more discussion. And so then we know how to approach it. But I think you've mentioned in the past that of the 68, there's probably 50 or 60 that are just run through. And so I think focusing on that, and then really aligning on what the timeline is. You know, if we're already past the qualified status, so if the dialogue is extensions and alignment there, or just holding out until everything's done, I don't know the answers, but at least I'd be willing to just communicate and carry a dialogue. So I don't know if there's others who would want to partner and join with other cities and at least start a dialogue with the commissioners that have been assigned and just continue the dialogue going. So that'd be.
Well, to me, the way I look at it is if the 5 cities required to sign the forms agreed to the 68 Form 2s, then we kind of all agree how we think things should work. The county may disagree with some of those points, but then it's not an issue of the county trying to disagree with this city or disagree with this city. It's that discussion corporately between those two bodies. A lot of the chatter is related to how this city is dealing with its service with the county on a contract, and this city's dealing with a service or a deed that they have with the county. Those don't need to be part of service delivery. Those need to be separate agreements. They're separate contracts that we have. And if there's issues, we need to address those individually.
Yeah.
It shouldn't stop the whole county from operating.
Yeah. No, it's a little bit of telephone game. You know, you're our telephone, it comes back, we delay, and I think we just got to, put in the effort to just continue to get momentum here. Because at the end of the day, we all have a stake in this, and I just personally feel like, as a county member and a municipality, I think we don't benefit with being unqualified, and so we've just got to continue to push that and do our part to, ultimately, if the county doesn't follow through or doesn't want to play ball the same way, then that is the process. But I think for the feedback I've heard too is that the commissioners who've been signed up for this or assigned to this are continuing the dialogue, and we just got to continue to move faster so that we're not too far down and we're still talking about qualified status and missing out on grants and money from the state. So I'll reach out, and if others want to participate, certainly let me know.
I think there's one major sticking point on that I think somehow the county's going to have to get through, and they claim they can, and that is having a special fund district.
Yeah.
But they haven't responded back to the latest transmission from the cities to them at this point. My guess is that's going to be another sticking point for them. And yet, to me, that district is probably the only way that our folks with the city can really determine how the county tax dollars that our citizens are paying to the county are actually utilized, and feel comfortable that they're not being spent for projects that are for the predominantly for the benefit of the unincorporated area. I mean, that's what this is sort of about. It's just being able to really feel confident in that. And I think if there was a district established, that auditors would be able to audit that, and we'd be able to look at it and know where it was. That, to me, is the biggest sticking point right now, I think. But I guess we still have to kind of wait till we hear back from the county. To me, it's in there. It's the ball's in their part.
Right. They are the only ones who can ask for an extension, right? The
That's
county's
correct.
the only one that can request an extension.
And they did.
They have to file the extension. We have to agree to it. They have to file the service delivery. We have to agree to it. So, I mean, we've basically prepared a service delivery agreement for them and said, we'll agree to this, so.
Okay.
I only had 2 very small other things. One is that we have received a request from the Homeowners Association in Franklin Park. That is the townhome neighborhood at the front of River Green. For years, they have complained about cut-through traffic from River Green Avenue to Riverbend Way. And, you know, how it backs up into the neighborhood and how it disrupts their neighborhood during school times. And ultimately, what I've said to them is, you know, they're public streets. And as long as they're public streets, anybody can use them. And so they said, well, what if they were private streets? I said, well, you know, the only way they would be private streets is if they're gated, and we would want a request from the Homeowners Association to make those private streets. They want to pursue that route. And
So they know they have to pay for them when they get potholes in them and all that stuff.
That's correct. They understand that
you
they'll
know,
be.
I think we should give them up.
So in that, just so you're aware, in that particular neighborhood, we did collect add-on fees. And so we do have some add-on fees that if we wanted to, we could contribute back to that neighborhood and say, you can make them private streets, here's the money, or we could use the add-on fees in top coat, then give them back to them.
That would be my preference, is that we spend the money on the improvements, and that, because if you give it back to them, there's no audit trail, you don't know how that money, maybe you don't care, but it's money that we've collected that we can't follow.
So I
collected for topping.
I did tell them that I would at least let you know about that discussion and, you know, and make sure there were no folks up here that were adamantly opposed to it, and we'll see what that process might look like and bring it back to you at a later date. The only other thing I wanted to note is that we will start some of our LMIG paving next week. Those specific projects include Brown Industrial Park. We've been in contact with the industries out there, the school out there. It also includes that section of Marietta Highway from the bridge at exit 14 to the city south side, from the bridge at Riverstone to the city limits on Riverstone, Old Ball Ground, and then the portion of Waleska Street from the Waleska Street bridge back to Riverstone Marietta Highway. So the goal is to get those done in the next 3 weeks and get them striped as well.
It's going to be a little cold next week. It may be too cold to do that, but
they would like to do them this fall before the end of the fiscal year, calendar year for them. So,
but we're getting bids for the other paving we're going to do.
So
right?
we're working on that final bid packet now, and but it'll be a spring paving project. Questions? Any questions?
Does anybody else have anything? Don't stand up.
Motion to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.
I believe we've set a record tonight. Don't you think this is a record?
We had 4.5 hours.